Good morning, everyone. Welcome back, those that were here yesterday. Welcome to everyone watching online. Welcome to day 2 of the hearings for the examination of the Horsham District Local Plan 2023 to 2040, which will be referred to hereafter in these hearings as the plan. My name is Luke Fleming. I'm the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to carry out the independent examination of the plan. It's just after 9:30, so it's time to open the hearing session for matter 2, which is the plan period, vision, objectives and the spatial strategy. All the hearing sessions are being recorded with information on how to view them on the examination website. Can I ask everyone ensures devices are set to silent, and if you are using them, be respectful to others in the session. All participants will need to ensure that the microphone is switched on and they speak clearly into it for the recording. I think we did okay yesterday with that, so let's carry on as we did. Do shout out if somebody is not using the microphone. We've got a lot to get through today and we can't be sort of delaying things. So I welcome those sorts of interventions. I wouldn't usually be an inspector encouraging people to shout out, but on this in this forum it's useful, but please do. So when you do need to speak, is literally just make sure you push the button and your microphone should be lit up red. Okay, so make sure we're all doing that. Programme officer is Kerry Truman. She is here with us today. If you've got any queries about the examination, contact Kerry. But before doing so, read my examination guidance notes, which are on the website. Can a member of the council's team explain what we should do in the event of an emergency and where the facilities are, please?
Yeah, thank you. I'm Catherine Howe, Head of Strategic Planning. Welcome everybody. In terms of fire safety, I think anyone in the building might have heard that there was a fire alarm, fire drills this morning, but that was the only planned one. There are no others that are planned during the course of today, so if the alarms do sound, we will need to evacuate the building nearest the fire exits, which are there and behind you. And please follow officers to the assembly point, which is located at the bandstand in Horsham Park, until we are told we can return to the office. In terms of location of toilets, again, for participants and hot seaters, there are toilets located through the double doors at the front of the room and along the corridor to the left. And for those in the public gallery, there is a toilet located in the main reception. Just a couple of other points that I've just been asked to add. I'm aware there's quite a lot of people around the table today, and I think there's quite a lot of cables that are trailing to charging devices, so just please be careful when you're walking around, don't trip up. And then finally, although you've obviously explained about the microphones, it's just useful if you're speaking to have it literally in front of you. There were a couple of comments yesterday that people, although there aren't so many today in the audience, were struggling to hear a little bit, so just do that and try and just project your voice a little bit. It does seem to help. I'll leave it to that.
Thank you, that's great. And today we've got to be out the room by 5, is that right today? Yeah, no, 5:30, so there's a lot more of us today. You were helpful to me yesterday, but there's a lot to get through today, so just bear that in mind as we go through, okay? And that will mean, like yesterday, I will be sort of trying to interject to try and move the discussion on, if at all possible. So just bear that in mind. So I opened the hearing yesterday, and I made some detailed comments. I'm not gonna repeat all those there. If you please watch them back, they're available online now. If you want to understand more about what we're here doing, if you don't understand the process, it's all explained I explained all that yesterday, but also it's in my guidance notes in the library. I outlined a number of concerns yesterday as well, which you can go over and hear again. They remain. Perhaps all I can say for now is today having heard what I heard yesterday, I'm perhaps a little bit more concerned than I was at the start of the hearings. There's a few unanswered questions that we're going to need to bottom out as we go through. I'll just flag that now. Today we'll be looking at the vision and the spatial strategy. I know broadly what a lot of the people in the room are likely to say. I've got a feeling. The comments will flow from the discussions that we had yesterday in many regards. I'm going to get straight into the agenda in a moment, but before doing so, I want to just sort of ask, if you like, some basic questions of the council that just will clarify my understanding of what we're talking about today, really. These are very basic questions. So we're going to be talking about the vision and the spatial strategy. In very basic planning terms, a vision and objectives would draw upon its evidence base, would draw upon on the sustainability appraisal, among other things. And then that vision and objectives would then flow through to a spatial strategy, which, in other words, would dictate a pattern and distribution of development which should be used to realise the vision and objectives of the plan. Does the council disagree with that in any way? It's very basic terms, and yeah.
In general, the proposition in general terms is
Yeah.
accepted, yes.
Yeah, I just think it will help the discussion as we go through for me to say that's how I think what I'm looking at. Yeah, okay. Bear that in mind. Okay. There's a lot of people in the room, and I'm going to need to ask you to build on points that are made, and I'm going to need to sort of take a lot of points one after the other and then come back to the council like I did yesterday. Otherwise, we will never get through the material that we need to, okay? There'll be perhaps less questions and comments from me, but more from the other side to relay to you, because it's a hearing. I need to hear what participants are here to say, okay? All right, so let's get on then. So I circulated, if you like, it's sort of an agenda, but it's not. The agenda really will be my matters, issues and questions, but I circulated an additional, if you like, agenda which just put a few bullet points of things that I want to understand more about as we flow through the discussion. So I'm not going to labour on those, but as you give your views to the hearing, to the examination, I want you to sort of bear those in mind because I want to understand those. Okay, and I'm going to go. I'm going to start straight away. Then we're going to turn straight to matter 2, issue 2. Is the context and plan period clear, and would the strategic policies of the plan look ahead over a minimum of 15 years from adoption? Okay, I don't want to spend too much time on this point because it will ultimately come down to an inspector's sort of judgment on the matter, and you will probably say to me that some inspectors have approached the matter sort of differently in different plans. So it is somewhat within my gift as to how I will deal with this matter. But I'm going to sort of just go straight to the council to get its response on this before opening it out. it's clear from what I've read that, you know, realistically, the plan's not going to have 15 years post-adoption. More likely, you know, you say in your statements, more likely 14 and a half years, could well be less, 14, could well be a bit less, right? I suppose, is that a problem?
I mean, in our view, no, in the sense that we know that within local plans there's an option for, we have to review every 5 years anyway, and obviously when we're looking at the very end of the plan period, we are looking at strategic allocations, which are obviously in that housing trajectory. There will need to be, and this is plan making in the round, there would always be a need to look at those in the context of what the planning's, you know, the NPPF is saying at the time, whether there's been any changes, what those housing targets and numbers are, and therefore there is a mechanism to address that, in short.
Okay, so the council's preference would be to leave the plan period as is?
Yes.
Yep, okay, right. So any particularly strong opposing views to that point? Sorry, can you, I'm not going to try and pronounce your name. Would you like to just introduce yourself, sir?
Yeah, thank you, Inspector. My name's Paul Korniski.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm a long-term resident of Horsham District, 45 years, and I'm just representing myself.
Yeah.
My concern, as you read from my statement, is the start date of the plan, not the end date. The Natural England announcement was made in September 21, and so my view is that the correct start date for the plan should be the 1st of April 2022 to embrace the whole period when water neutrality started. And in my statement, I believe I justify the fact that it didn't just affect permissions, but some 6 months afterwards, it was really starting to impact housing delivery. And we heard from the MP yesterday about the issues with the housing delivery test, looking backwards, which is the way it works. And there is that particular year, the housing delivery was very poor against the HDT target.
Can I just ask you to, can I just stop you there? Thank you. Can I just go straight back to the council on that point? I've read your statements and that's all in there. The start date for the plan.
So our start date, which is obviously set out on, you know, using our evidence base and the trajectory, that is 2022, 23. And really simply our view is that water neutrality in itself isn't the basis with which to set the start date of the plan. We as a minimum, we've been talking about, we're looking to meet needs, and that requirement doesn't fall away irrespective of that start date. So, you know, we're looking at what we can do going forwards rather than what's been and gone. Essentially, it's how do we address that?
Okay. We're not going to get sort of definitive answers to everyone's concerns here. Many of these things I'm going to need to take away and reflect on. We probably can't explore it more than what you've said in your statements and what the council have just said.
I just had one very short statement. It was really just following on from the MP's comments yesterday, where he was suggesting he was going to lobby Matthew Pennycock, the Housing Minister.
Yeah.
All I would say, it's perfectly within the remit of the rules of the HDT, which allows for retrospective calculation of the metrics. And so it's perfectly within the existing rules of the MPPF to solve that problem by right dating the plan and starting it from that date. Thank you, Inspector.
All right, thank you. I'll leave that. We'll leave that there. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Mr. Churchill.
Yes, thank you, sir. I think the reason there wasn't a flurry of boards up from our end is because it's perfectly obvious when you look at the MPPF that the length or the duration of the plan should look ahead over a minimum of 15 years.
Yeah.
So just as no one else has raised it, I thought I'd raise the point.
It's clear to me that. Yeah, thank you. All right. I may, well, I think I will. I'll require a brief note of the implications of extending the plan period in line with the NPPF. Evidence-based implications as to why. You know what that note needs to deal with. I don't need to spell that out. Okay. So question 2.
So if I
Yeah.
forgive me for interrupting your flow,
Yeah.
but in relation to notes
Yeah.
which we are providing, they will be provided to you. They will go on to the council's website.
Yeah.
And do I understand it that you will be allowing third parties, objectors, and others to comment on those notes?
Not at this stage. I've not made that decision at this stage.
All right.
I think we need to take a view on things towards the end of this week.
Yes, very good.
Okay, so question 2, paragraph 1.2 of the plan says the plan considers a longer term context up to 30 years for the strategic scale development. So I'm just going to come straight to the council and give me the response to question 2 rather than read that out. I think the points that you make is the allocations in the plan will in the main be delivered within the plan period with a little bit of development beyond. Is that fair?
That's fair, yeah.
Yeah. So in terms of how it's dealt with this requirement for a 30-year vision, it's literally, as I understand it, reflected in the detailed policies for the strategic allocations. Is that
That's the
fair?
intention. I think because the plan has evolved over a number of years, obviously we were looking at, particularly in the West of Ifield area, at an early stage of plan making, whether there was options for a larger development there, and therefore whether that 30-year vision would have been appropriate. But we don't have that land holding or the deliverability aspects
No.
of that to demonstrate.
And
it,
this
so it's
plan
still
doesn't
away.
seek to allocate it or identify any broad locations for it either, does it?
No, it's really recognising that that's for a future review in terms of what that spatial strategy might be.
Yeah. Are there any comments on question 2 that people want to make in light of the council's response? Sorry, is it Mr. Davies?
Yeah, that's right. Al
Yep.
Davis, so West of Ifield. In terms of, I know we're not looking at the detail.
Can you pull your microphone closer to you?
Yeah, sure.
Just put it right next to you if you can. It's working, yeah.
That working better. Yeah, so as you raise in terms of the spatial strategy, policy HA2, and I know we're not looking to go into details, but obviously that's an allocation for 3,000, of which 1,600 dwellings are proposed to be brought forward during the plan period. As it's a relatively short, potentially short plan period from adoption, would be 15 years.
I'm struggling to hear you. Really, just bring it right close to you, and then yeah, that's much better. Yeah.
Hopefully that works a bit better.
Yeah.
Yeah. So one of the concerns there is that the policy HA2 allocation seeks 1,600 dwellings over the plan period, but a total of 3,000. As you said earlier, the intention is that the dwelling allocations would be delivered during the plan period, but obviously that's nearly half of the proposed dwellings would be carried on after the plan period. So we have concerns about that. We have concerns about the detail of policy HA2 as well as obviously the spatial strategy. But in terms of the plan period and the numbers proposed, we have concerns that there's not necessarily been thought out thoroughly.
Yeah.
So we'd just like to raise that at this stage.
Yeah. Okay. So, did council want to respond briefly to the comments about site HA2?
I think, I mean, in the context of that allocation, clearly it's a strategic allocation. They're 3,000 is not an uncommon
No.
size.
Yeah.
Clearly, there is a lead in time, as with all strategic sites, in terms of it gaining a permission and the necessary works to bring that forward. But clearly, what we want to do in the local plan and the policy itself is to set out what that place needs to look like when it's complete, and therefore that's what the policy context seeks to do.
Yeah, it's not unusual in plans to have sites that do extend beyond the plan period, if that helps. But I think we'll need to get into some of the detail. It's a fairly long policy for that particular site that will probably get debated at length. Okay. Are there anyone else want to raise anything under question 2? Can I just ask the council very briefly? You'll be aware of the comments of Crawley on this particular point, about the longer term and sort of infrastructure implications and how the site potentially connects into Crawley. I think we'll debate as we go through what this site is really and how it's explained in the plan. You'll be aware of those comments. Do you want to say anything in response to them?
Thank you. Sorry, just to introduce myself, because I'm not sure I did
Yeah.
earlier. It's Matt Bates. I'm the planning policy team leader for
Yeah.
the council. We are aware of those comments. I think it's probably something that might be best picked up at a later session, maybe the site-specific one. So I think that the points that Crawley have been trying to draw out are in relation to the kind of longer term infrastructure around that, and I think we have a sort of clear idea of that and how that works in the longer term, and I think it's probably just better to kind of park that one in the council's view.
Yeah.
To the appropriate time to discuss.
Yeah, when we look at the detail under the detailed policy, okay?
Obviously, we're looking to bring that site forward as a neighbourhood in the way that Crawley operates, and obviously in terms of therefore the longer term infrastructure, it's obviously what that site can deliver in the here and now, but not looking to foreclose any sort of future plan options should that be necessary. But equally, that might not be something that the council chooses to do.
Yeah, okay. I think we'll get on to, if you like, the role and the relationship with Crawley as we go through the discussion. In terms of my question 2, I'm not sure how far I can push the council for more detail at this moment. So, is it Bardot?
Thank you, sir. Just a point of clarification, if I might. In the context of spatial vision and objectives relating to specific strategic sites, that is something which we have dealt with, or we intend to deal with at the session designated to specific sites. Or would you like submissions on that now?
As I've just said to the council, really, I think I can't really, explore too much detail without looking at that policy, and I think it would be best saved for that. It will come up as we go through the relationship with Crawley and the strategic allocations, but I think for now, in the context of that question, I think that's it. Ms. Piper, if you finished speaking and you don't need to raise another point, can you put your boards down as well? Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Jane Piper here representing Taylor Wimpey and Divine Homes. I guess as we're sitting in a bit of silence, I just wanted to link your question about bringing things through from yesterday,
Yeah.
and the general comments that were made, certainly on behalf of my client. Obviously, we do have a problem with the fact that we're not sure that the council is achieving MPPF paragraph 2 because you're not making sufficient provision within the plan period, as we know and we discussed. My client's view is that that can be done by allocating more sites of the right size that have the answers to water neutrality that was discussed yesterday. I just thought I'd bring that through so we can continue that discussion.
Yep. Thank you. Any more comments on my question 2? Question 3 is about consistency with the Levelling Up and Regeneration Act in South Downs National Park. The council have proposed a main modification for that. I don't think we need to discuss anything further other than to say that that sort of addresses that question really. If anybody else wishes to raise anything under question 3, I'll hear it, but no. Okay, so now on to question 4. So we're going to be looking at the plan in detail, I think, which we should be, really. We didn't really focus on it, the detail, yesterday because we were dealing with the legal compliance issues. But my question 4, do the introduction and chapter 2 planning context sections of the plan adequately explain the role and relationship between the plans and neighbourhood plans in delivering the development required? You heard quite a lot of comments about that yesterday. I think you have suggested a number of main modifications already that would go some way towards addressing some of the issues identified and I think could benefit the plan in terms of its effectiveness. At this stage, I'm not sure how far I want to go into the detailed changes that may well be needed to sort of resolve that issue. But do you want to just sort of outline your response to that question and very broadly sort of why those changes would be needed for soundness?
Thanks, sir. I'll introduce myself. I'm the Senior Labour Planning Officer for Horsham District Council, and my name is Norman Kwan. I think our response to the MIQs as to this particular issue is that we refer to paragraph 13 of the MPPF. It says that Labour plans should support the delivery of strategic policies, so we have a clear hierarchical system with the basic conditions, and that's well understood within the communities that they must be in general conformity with the plan. It's also set out in paragraph 29 of the MPPF, and that the Labour plan should not promote less development than set out in the local plan or undermine strategic policies. And this is carried out this is stipulated in paragraph 1.6 of the plan as it stands. We're proposing further proposed modifications to accentuate that clear, more effectively and more clearly in the plan.
Yeah, so there's obviously quite a lot of community feeling about how neighbourhood plans have been dealt with here. The council have sort of acknowledged that and have proposed a number of main modifications for effectiveness, seeking to clarify the role and relationship between them, right? The detail of those main modifications will need to be potentially worked up over the course of the examination. I don't propose to debate them word for word here now because there's a lot of information to fall out of the examination that will inform them. But in principle, I agree that main modifications are needed to clarify this relationship. Okay? Does anyone want to say anything on the matter? Mr. Scott?
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, if it's the first time speaking at the examination, please introduce yourself.
Sorry,
please.
yes, Lee Scott, planning consultant representing Thacum Tiles, who are a local employer making concrete blocks in the Storrington area and have a site which was allocated within the neighbourhood plan for Thacombe in 2017 and which has planning permission currently, but that's due to expire next year. So the point I was going to make, which was made in representations anyway, was that the concern that we've got is that the delivery...
Can I just say one thing just before? I said on day one very clearly, you might not be heading this way. I really don't want to hear detail about emission sites that aren't in the plan. Okay?
Yeah.
So, because everybody will want to talk about their site and we will get nowhere.
It's a specific point in relation to neighbourhood plans,
Yep.
basically,
Yep.
which is that while we understand the point about neighbourhood plans going forward and the flow of strategic to local policies in that direction, our concern is that there's not quite enough in there about neighbourhood plans that are already made.
Yeah.
So really that was just the point there, was that, and our concern is that if the neighbourhood plan were to somehow evaporate or be superseded by another local neighbourhood plan during the lifetime of the current local plan, then the allocation might disappear.
Yeah, noted.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's precisely the sort of change that the council are looking at to clarify.
Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. So does anybody else wish to say anything under matter 2, issue 1? Sorry, sorry.
Just a small
Can you
point.
just introduce
Yes,
yourself
sorry,
to the examination,
Nick
please?
Billington representing Miller Homes.
Yeah.
It's just a small point, sort of feeding on what's just been said as well, is that there's a couple of instances which we've identified in the hearing statements where the neighbourhood plan area doesn't line up with the parish boundary. So again, I think it's just making sure that any disparities like that are taken into account within the wording of those parts of the plan as well, so that you don't end up with a situation where housing's been allocated to a neighbourhood plan area but not a parish area, and you end up with a disparity there. That's the only thing I was going to make.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Just take that point on board.
I can understand the point.
Yeah.
The difficulty is, of course, is that the way neighbourhood plan legislation works is obviously when you become a neighbourhood plan area, that follows in this district predominantly parish boundaries, and obviously they are what they are fundamentally. So if parishes are looking to allocate, it's kind of a mini duty to cooperate, isn't it? If they're looking at those allocations, obviously my colleague Norman is here, and those are debates we can have, but it's not really for this particular forum, I would suggest.
No, I think, well, as I say, I've got no further questions on it. I understand what the council are seeking to do for its proposed main modifications, and I think that's welcomed for effectiveness and also to obviously guide decision making, which is a key principle of the NPPF. Okay, so this will be the bulk of our discussion today. Matter 2, issue 2, whether the spatial vision and objectives are justified, effective, consistent with national policy and positively prepared. So, I'm going to ask the council to simply start off by giving its response to question 1, having regard to my additional bullet points on my agenda. So the question 1 was, is the vision clearly articulated? Is the relationship between the vision and objectives clear? Are the plan's vision and objectives soundly based? How do they relate to the longer term context set in paragraph 1.2 of the plan? I think the longer term context, I'm clearer on that, having just talked about it, so maybe not need to labour on that point, but everything else I'm particularly keen to hear the council's response. And also I'd say, you know, drawing on the discussion from yesterday as well, you heard a lot, sort of how does that, you know, having regard to what was said yesterday really in your response. Who's going to lead on this?
Certainly. So I think the starting point, of course, is that there was considerable discussion yesterday on the housing element of the vision and objectives, which is for everyone's benefit. That's the vision starts on page 16 of the plan, and sort of rolls through to a table of objectives on page 18 and 19, and then leads to table 2, which is a list of relevant spatial objectives and where they sort of bear out within the plan.
Can I might put in as you talk, just to help, well, just to move it along. So I'm looking at the vision, it's in that green box, isn't it? And then underneath it is a series of paragraphs. Are they the vision?
Yeah, so essentially you've got the overarching vision, which is in the green box, as you say.
Yeah.
Then where it then sort of takes effect is in terms of what when you start to unpack that, what does that mean? So you have a sort of a series of you know, by 2040, the end of the plan period.
Yeah.
What are we hoping that the
But so
district...
is the vision then everything from pages 16 to 18 before it starts with spatial objectives?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. That clarifies things. So obviously that's looking at, it's not, obviously there's a range of factors there. It's looking at housing, but it's also looking at how that's balanced against all the other factors which obviously come through from the MPPF, but also the evidence base that we've got. And obviously that is indicating that you know, we have a high quality of life in the district. It's a very high quality environment that's very much cherished by residents, which came out through our consultations. And it's therefore how you balance those effectively competing threads and bring that through. And then that leads through to the spatial objectives, which, as I said, with table 1. And I think paragraph 3.25 is clear that they're meant to be equal in weight. They're not necessarily saying it's one over the other. It's how you bring those through together. And then that in itself then leads through to the sort of strategic policies which come through in all the chapters. And obviously there is a sort of table 2 obviously sets that out.
Yeah, it does, yeah.
In terms of, you know, chapter 4. I mean,
that goes back to my question at the start. You're then saying to deliver these objectives, these are how the chapters are going to work to deliver them. Okay, yeah. Yeah,
and then obviously within that, then there's the strategic policies which seek to deliver that.
Right. Okay. There are a lot of things in there that I think that when people become braver and perhaps wait for some of my questioning, are really going to focus on some of the detail in what these things say here. So, talked about water neutrality this morning, yesterday at length. How does that feature then in the vision and the objectives?
I think there's two aspects there. Obviously, there's the environmental quality, which talks about the water supply element and how we're providing that, but also it's the natural environment and the district character. So clearly, what the position statement from Natural England was telling us is that there is an issue at the Arun Valley, and we need to make sure that the plan we come up with ensures that there is no further harm to that, and therefore you're maintaining that rich heritage, that high quality environment, and you're maintaining that environmental quality. It's intended to be high level. It's the policies that then deliver that are the specifics that deliver that sort of very high level objective.
So and the housing, in here specifically, it talks clearly about housing that meets needs, doesn't it?
It
But the
does.
plan doesn't meet needs, does it?
No, but that then draws through to the evidence base in terms of clearly the impact of water neutrality, which comes back to what we were talking about yesterday, the fact that effectively we have a legacy issue in that the delivery fell off a cliff from the receipt of that.
Yeah.
And therefore it's then how that catches up in terms of what the trajectory looks like, and how that can be accommodated in market terms year on year. You know, there are economic cycles over 15-year plan periods, and how that is delivered in terms of what that then, you know, can achieve. And obviously if you're seeking to maximise, you know, what our trajectory, I mean, it comes to later days in the hearing session. If you're looking to maximise that, we're at a point where that, you know, in terms of the market studies, and I suppose to wind back, it's not a zero-sum game. It's you know, whilst everyone's saying, you know, we can deliver unlimited amounts of growth, that's patently not the case. You know, we have evidence over a number of years that isn't achieved in terms of what the market can deliver through, which is deliverable, which is where housing, you know, it is a market-led system that we operate within, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's
Okay.
where that comes from.
I think thank you for that. It made it, you know, it's been helpful to get things going. It's led to a reaction in the room, and I think it's a hearing. So I'm going to need to just start bringing people in and hear what they have to say. I think, correct me if I'm going to probably get people out of order because we haven't got eyes all over, but I think I did see Mr. Cameron's name go up first, so I'm going to come to Mr. Cameron first, if I may. Can you introduce yourself again, just for people online?
Yes, my name's Neil Cameron, King's Counsel, and I'm representing Thacum Homes. So you alighted on the vision for housing 323 in the plan, which has warm words, new housing has been provided and so on, and then it says this will meet the needs of the district residents and, if possible, contribute towards the provision of unmet needs from other authorities. Well, we know that it does, the plan does neither. It doesn't meet the needs of those living in the district, and it contributes nothing to unmet needs. So the vision is not achieved, and if one looks at the objectives, where it goes wrong is looking at spatial objective 10, because it's to deliver the target number of new homes. And therefore one needs to investigate what is the basis for the target and is it justified? And you then go back to your overriding question, are the plan's vision and objectives soundly based? Well, that overall vision of meeting need and contributing to meeting unmet need elsewhere, yes, but the objective is not, the vision is not carried forward into the objectives. And so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this, but you raised in your agenda reference to paragraph 20 of the MPPF. So when one is asking, are the plan's vision and objectives soundly based, they have to be tested against the MPPF. It's one of the tests of soundness. And you go to paragraph 20, strategic policies should set out an overall strategy, pattern scale, and make sufficient provision for housing infrastructure, etc. And then there's a footnote 13 to the word sufficient provision. And footnote 13 says, in line with the presumption in favour of sustainable development. That takes you back to paragraph 11 and the presumption that applies at the plan making stage. That is a presumption that the objectively assessed need for housing and other uses be satisfied unless exceptions apply. So one then has to ask, does an exception apply? And if it doesn't, then objectively assessed needs should be met. And one then asks, well, what is the exception that the council rely on? And up until yesterday, I at least had thought that it was impact on nature conservation sites, habitats point, under the heading of water neutrality. But yesterday, the council put forward an additional argument, which was some kind of market capacity constraint. And so if that is relied upon, it's entirely inconsistent with the MPPF and is not a soundly based strategy. Now that may be a reason for a step trajectory, because you can't deliver a certain number of homes early in the plan period, but it is not a reason or justification for failing to meet objectively assessed housing need over the plan period. And indeed, if you look at the housing topic paper HO2 para 716, insofar as capacity is referred to, it refers to the step trajectory. It does not there, as I read it, is not put forward as a justification for failing to meet objectively assessed housing need. And yesterday, I asked the council, through you, to identify where they say that capacity is a constraint which justifies a lower housing number. And we'll wait for the answer in the documents. So you can leave aside that as a reason because it's not an exception in paragraph 11b. So what about impact on nature conservation sites? Well, so that is not a reason to fail to make provision because the water neutrality point can be overcome on strategic sites. And you know, sir, you don't want to go into the details, but you've got multiple evidence, certainly from my client, as to how Natural England and Southern Water are satisfied that this point can be overcome on their site and no doubt on other sites. So the answer to your question is the vision and particularly the objectives are not soundly based because they are inconsistent with the NPPF, in particular paragraphs 20 and 11, and that the council have not put forward a justification for disapplying the presumption in favour of making provision for objectively assessed needs. And so that is abundantly clear, and unless the council can answer that, their plan and their vision objectives are not sound.
Do you want me to take some more points? Or
Well, let me deal initially
Yeah.
with that and just draw some clarification. I mean, the point was made yesterday, it's being made again today in the context of this part of the plan, which is fair enough. The point being made yesterday is that the issue of water neutrality has had an impact on the realisation of housing development. And it continues to have an impact. It hasn't gone away. The impact, the legacy impact, if you like, in relation to the first 5 years of the plan, I don't think anyone is going to dispute the impact that's going to have. The question then, in terms of capacity, is the ability of the plan to deliver in years 5 to 15, from year 5 to 15, that period of time, and whether or not there is a capacity to deliver the number of homes which applying
And by
objectively assessed
capacity, you
need.
mean the market?
The market to bring
capacity.
forward those developments, as you would need to evidence in a trajectory. And that would lead to incredibly high levels, even averaged out over those 5 to 15 years, which has never been achieved in the past. And moreover, the point about these strategic sites having, as it were, the solution, the requirement of Natural England was on us to provide a strategic solution to the issue. And so that's what we've been trying to do. And it's quite clear that representations have been made over, for many of the objectors here, over the ability or potentiality of sites to deliver their own solutions. But those are not advanced solutions. We have no idea how long it would take to get the various consents necessary from the Environment Agency to install and run those solutions, nor indeed what they are in any particular detail. So it would be impossible for us to assess, and would have been impossible for us to assess, the impact which that kind of delay would have had on the delivery of those strategic sites were they to be brought forward. So we are where we are. And that's why we're saying this is a sensible way forward at the moment. Admittedly, we're not meeting our objectively assessed need, but we are meeting need in the best way we can, and in a way which delivers not only housing, but all the other elements of planned provision, including infrastructure, that is needed to bring some order to decision-making in the foreseeable future, pending that review, whenever it may take place. I'm going to ask Ms. Howe to continue that.
Yes, I mean, I think the other thing to point out is obviously you'd asked for a note on some of the information from the Environment Agency and others yesterday, which obviously we can provide. But going back to that, obviously, and those on the other side of the table had set out that they have, proposals that they're saying are workable and water neutral. Those are matters that we have discussed with the statutory providers through plan preparation, and although they're saying that these are plans that that they've been agreed, they're not agreed in any detail. There is significant detail to be overcome in terms of licensing arrangements, in terms of how they would, the legalities behind that, whether separate water companies would need to be set up, which would be outside of Southern Water. These are all enormous issues which we just simply don't have that certainty in terms of identifying that they are deliverable or practicable.
Can I just throw in another point? We're going to talk about it tomorrow, but the alternative that the council's been working on, the snows, it is also not available for developers to tap into either. The detail on that is not clear before me, is it? So I've got on one hand the point that these are an alternative way, there's not sufficient detail, but on the other hand, for the way in which the issue is suggested to be solved by the council and the detail, that's not before the examination either, is it?
To some extent that's for tomorrow in terms of the detail, but I think what we'll be bringing forward is just how advanced that is. I mean, it is very close to the point of where that can come forward in terms of where that's been worked forwards, the availability of credits. Clearly that's not for today's discussion.
No, but you take my point. If we're going to argue that the detail of other ways is not there, the detail of the way. I think
the distinction there is we've been having those conversations through the plan preparation process in terms of obviously the advice from Natural England and others is work on that strategic solution, and that's to bring forward development across 3 authorities, not just one. And in addition, when we would, we've understood and looked into, are there other ways of doing that in terms of boreholes, for example, as a strategic solution? Those are coming up as a no. So in that context, where do we find ourselves? We've got to tack a way forward. And in terms of deliverability from our perspective, that's the snow's option.
If I leave that there now, because we've got tomorrow, but I don't think tomorrow is going to help you in the council's case in terms of what I've read so far and the detail that I've got before me in terms of the delivery of snows. You might be able to reassure me tomorrow that this is all in hand and it's all going to be going live and developers can access the credits, etc. But that's all going to come out tomorrow, and I'm not sure that I'm not feeling like I'm going to get that degree of certainty from the council that I think I'm going to need.
Well, at the end of the day, we can only give you what's available.
Yeah, I know.
We're not going to sit here and make it up.
No, I know, and I outlined at the start how I understood how difficult this planning context was. I don't take that lightly.
And that's good of you to recognise that, sir.
Yeah. So again, I've taken us off on a little tangent there and interrupted your flow. Was there any more that you wanted to add in response to Mr. Cameron's points? No. I'm going to bring in Mr. Strawn now, please.
Thank you, sir. James Strawn of King's Council, representing our place. Sir, I fully associate my points I want to make with what Mr. Cameron said without repeating those, but I'll just pick up on where the conversation's moved. Just picking up on that very last point. As I understand it, logically, if you take that line of reasoning from the council, the plan is fundamentally unsound, is what they're saying. Because if they are applying the same standards to site-specific solutions as they are to, for example, snows, and they say, well, we can only give you what we have, they're basically saying, from their perspective, it's an unsound because we don't know. I'm going to suggest that's wrong as a matter of principle in terms of the legal tests, but that's where that logic takes them. And really, we are all therefore, in a sense, wasting our time sitting in front of you arguing about what they're contending is an unsound plan. But can I just take forward the point a little bit further? Going back to what's stated in the local plan, which I'm focusing on the vision and objectives, I won't repeat the point about setting out a vision which you immediately fail in the next few paragraphs. It's a very unpromising start for a plan, but that is the effect of what the paragraphs say. And can I just give you a couple of other references in the local plan for you to test that against? It's 3.12 makes the point that this is one of the authority areas that have historically met other housing needs, i.e. from other districts. And again, it's in the context of the MPPF we're in at the moment, it's a very bizarre position that they're now putting forward a plan that doesn't offer anything in that respect. 3.13, which then follows, it's recognised the district must consider the extent to which it can continue to meet housing and other development needs for both its own population and those in districts and boroughs who have unmet development needs. Yes, absolutely, it is. But the constraints of water neutrality in particular generate environmental and practical limits to the level of growth which can be accommodated. Just going back on what we discussed yesterday, it's very obvious, contrary to what was said yesterday, that really this approach to water neutrality has suppressed both the meeting of the district's needs and, of course, the concept of meeting unmet needs from elsewhere. But if you then trace it through, Mr. Cameron's referred you to 323, where, of course, what's set out as a vision is immediately not realised, i.e. meeting needs of districts and also where possible other unmet needs. But can I just take it through into the spatial objectives? Spatial objective 1 is about striking the correct balance. I'll come back to that when we get to water neutrality. And Mr. Cameron referred to spatial objective 10, delivering the target number of new homes. Could you just look at the words before, of course, across the district? And one of the principles of the settlement strategy or the vision objective was to meet needs across the district and also consider unmet needs across the district, whereas the water neutrality approach has obviously resulted in deletion of one new settlement and continuing not to consider settlements such as my clients, even though they would be delivering homes across the district. And then, so if you go to 4.1, this chapter sets out the overarching strategy to meet the development needs of the district before setting out the approach by which development proposal will be considered. Well, 4.1 is obviously failed from the outset, as we can see, because they don't meet the needs of even their own district. And 4.7, we come back to water neutrality again, having an impact on the ability of the development strategy to balance the pressure for growth to meet the district needs and those of other constrained areas. It's, however, imperative that housing and economic development needs are provided for as far as possible. So, again, the words of the plan in terms of vision and objectives not reflected in what's then set out at all. And it's serious for this plan, not simply for this district's needs, but also this historic and also recognised imperative, being a relatively unconstrained district, to consider meeting unmet needs. So this failure is not limited to the Horsham district's needs, but also others who are in clear housing need, for example. And the same points are repeated again at 4.8. Starting point is the strategy to meet those needs within the constraints of water neutrality. And then 4.9 is where the failure immediately creeps in. It said the constraints of water neutrality do not enable the unmet housing needs of others, districts and boroughs to be accommodated. So it's a square explanation that they're relying on water neutrality. I won't repeat all of the points you've had about water neutrality yesterday, because that's a separate point. But insofar as reliance is now placed by, and again in answer, this question of market delivery, the council have referred you yesterday to HO3 and also talk about unprecedented levels of delivery from other sites. Just 2 points on that. First of all, we don't accept that the solutions that we are proposing, my client is proposing, site-specific, self-contained water neutrality solutions, are unachievable, unrealistic, or any of the other words that have been used. To the contrary, you've already seen some of the advances that have been made in that respect, and we're talking about planning for the future, where for all the reasons I outlined yesterday, not only is there a site-specific solution, but of course the statutory undertaker has to bring forward water resources management plan within their own statutory duties within a time period to cure these problems. So it's completely wrong for the council now to be saying because of lack of certainty, they're going to constrain for the next plan period growth to meet its own needs and those of the other areas. They should be planning to meet those in the expectation of solutions which have already been identified. You heard several times the word certainty. There is no requirement at this stage for there to be complete certainty about the solutions. That appears to be confusing the concept of habitat regulations assessments, which require you to be sure you're not going to have an adverse effect on integrity, which you do by ensuring the policy is appropriately worded, with the concept of planning for the future, where you're looking for realism. There can be no doubt as to the realism of the solutions that we're proposing, or indeed the statutory duty of the undertaker to have to meet the challenge to provide water, which doesn't have an effect. And I referred you to some case law about that already. So the basic starting point for the council, for as far as the settlement strategy is concerned, we're discussing, is to put forward a test of certainty, which, if it were right, they fail on their own policies and snows. But it's wrong in principle. They should be looking at planning for these needs, and therefore not, as they have done, set the cap where they have, and consequently, and this is the most important part for our complaints about the strategy, they have failed to adopt, in principle, consideration of a settlement strategy that would meet both those needs and the needs elsewhere potentially. And so my client site, I'm not going to get into site specifics, but clearly we're offering a site to try and build homes in a particular location on a road with a site-specific solution, and it's just been disregarded for that reason. And HO3, when you revisit it, just to be clear, sorry to go on, but HO3 does not do what was suggested yesterday. It in fact assesses the council's housing trajectory. It's a given as to what the council was saying their trajectory was, and concludes that it's realistic. It does not purport to rule out additional housing or the ability to deliver it. And what is more, if that's really the suggestion now being advanced, it is flatly contrary to the NPPF and indeed the basic principles of boosting supply of housing, to be suggesting that because historically we haven't delivered so much housing, we can't deliver it in the future. That's the whole point of these plans. The whole point of the NPPF is to provide, in a way which we haven't done before, a boost to supply of housing in this district and many other districts, to try and rise to the challenge, not effectively cap it back to what's been done in the past. And you'll see that when you look at HO3. The council is misusing the data in order to suggest it's a justification for putting a constraint on housing allocations in this district. So we strongly submit that the plan, the settlement strategy, and this vision and the corresponding policies are fundamentally unsound. It's not something, unfortunately, we say can readily be addressed by tweaks or modifications. It's far more deep-rooted than that when you start to piece it together as to what it means.
Thank you. I'm going to take a few more points if that helps, just to get people sort of exercising their right to be heard. Mr. Williams, can you just introduce yourself, please?
Yes, thank you, sir, and good morning. I'm Robert Williams. I'm a barrister representing Waite Developments. Sir, as is often the case, my thunder has been stolen by those more senior colleagues to my right, but I echo a large amount of what has been said. There is a fundamental inconsistency with the plan's vision as set out at Para 3.23 in relation to housing and the spatial objective 10, which doesn't meet that. And we say, sir, that the spatial objective 10 is not sound, and it's not sound because meeting simply the target number of houses and not meeting the district's own needs and providing a material contribution to the unmet needs of its neighbouring authorities. It simply hasn't been justified and is not supported by the evidence. As we heard yesterday, the council's position, it would appear, is that the only reasonable alternative in terms of the housing requirement is due to the issue of market capacity, and they lent heavily on the ICENI housing delivery study update H03 and the proposition that the market couldn't sustain a higher level of delivery? Well, sir, there are a number of factors which give lie to that proposition. If I can draw your attention to three. First of all, the Regulation 19 sustainability appraisal, that had a range of reasonable alternatives which considered as a reasonable alternative delivery of up to 30,000 homes within the plan period, 17,000 more than this plan now proposes. If market capacity were really an issue, that wouldn't have been a reasonable alternative, nothing like it. Secondly, you have around this table a number of developers and site promoters of a range of sizes of sites, all standing ready to say that they can provide that delivery, some of which have their own site-specific solutions to water neutrality, including my client, both in relation to allocated and unallocated sites. And Mr. Cameron indicated that strategic level sites could bring forward those solutions, but so can smaller sites. Indeed, we heard from the council, I think it was Mr. Bates yesterday, indicating that the council are already recognising that smaller sites can come forwards and have granted permission for smaller sites with their own site-specific solutions to water neutrality. And the third point.
What would you say to be a smaller site when you say that?
Well, sir, something that, well, the ones that have been granted, I know, are all under 100 homes in that regard, and they have still got their own sites. They're referenced in the submissions that are made for tomorrow's. Yeah. The third point is that I would urge you to read the HO3, the Housing Delivery Study, and if I can just give you a number of references. The headline point is that it doesn't support the proposition that the council advanced yesterday, that it's the market capacity that's a constraint. So it doesn't do that. It doesn't look at market absorption rates. Just a number of references for your notes. First of all, 312, where it indicates that there is recent evidence to show that significantly higher levels of delivery than the long-term average of 620 homes per annum can be sustained in the district. The evidence shows that as higher housing targets have been put in place, the local market has responded to increase housing delivery relatively quickly. Secondly, para 5.7 and 5.8, which I won't read out, but echoes the point made by Mr. Strawn, that the 870 figure is not a product of this assessment. Rather, it's an input. It's based on a draft housing trajectory that was provided to ICNE by the council. We haven't seen the evidence base for that. And thirdly and finally, paragraph 6.5, where they note that on that trajectory, the planned delivery in the early years is relatively low, largely held up by the need to develop SNOs to unlock sites caught up in water neutrality issues. And then they say this: subject to the speed of this process, there is potential for greater or lower levels of growth earlier in the planned period. So 2 points on that. Even only taking account of SNOs, the ICNE recognised the potential for greater levels of growth in the early planned period. And secondly, of course, this document doesn't grapple with the potential delivery from sites not reliant upon SNOs. Now, sir, just to conclude, we say that that renders SO10 unsound. We say that can be remedied. It can be remedied by, so in a way that S10 is amended so it reflects the vision, so that the strategy is to meet the needs of the district and make a contribution to the unmet needs of the area, of the neighbouring areas. Secondly, that the housing requirement is increased and that further allocations are made in order to meet that number. And thirdly, and we'll come on to this later, that a number of the policies, including SP3, are liberalised to allow windfall developments, which have their own site-specific solutions, to come forward.
Thank you. I propose to take a few more points and it might then take us to a break. That's what I'm thinking? Is that that might work. So I think Miss Piper, please. I might have done you discredit, Mr. Churchill, but I'll come back to you next.
Not really much left in a moment.
Yeah.
I think he was first, but never mind. Thank you, sir. I just wanted to pick up actually on Mr. Struan's point. We've got this situation where there, as set out actually in the topic papers, there are delays coming through. That some of the strategic sites that the council have allocated. You yourself, sir, have highlighted that Snowes is not with us currently. I think that's been promised most of this year and has been delayed. So we'll find out tomorrow where we are with that. But I think it is this the fact that the council could plan more positively by looking at this issue. And as we've all said, we all have a variety of sites of different sizes, some of which would be better allocated, some that could come through policy changes. And be dealt with in a variety of ways, and that would achieve the OAN. And I think the key is if you can provide your water neutrality, and certainly my clients can, and that's something that we could prove if the policy landscape within the plan allowed us to. Now, Policy 9 does, but it does need something else, and you'll see I've made suggested amendments to Strategic Policy 3 on spatial work, which I'm sure we'll get to shortly. But the other point, again, is about Mr. Struan's point that not everything has to be bolted down in detail. We do have, and I made this point yesterday, we do have in the MPPF the ability to do developable sites beyond year 11. We also have the issue that water neutrality may or may not be in existence by then. So, but what we do need is the policies within the local plan that allow for planning for the whole period of time for those different alternatives.
Thank you. Mr. Churchill, please.
Thank you, sir. Obviously, a lot of the points have already been made, but if I could add to your list of paragraph references and just make a couple of additional points. Perhaps if I deal with the point made by Ms. Howe, I don't think anyone around the table yesterday was suggesting unlimited growth, which is what she referred to a few moments ago. And in relation to the market-led system, Mr. Williams has already picked up the point about Reg 19 and the SA, but again, it was a point that was made yesterday. The AMR clearly provides evidence that what was said within the Reg 19 SA and what is also said within HO3, it is fair and reasonable. It can accommodate significantly beyond what is being projected on the basis of the market. The market can consume that level of growth, but not an unlimited level of growth as suggested by Ms. Howe. With obviously a lot of the paragraph references have been made, and I'll just point out that obviously 3.23 circles back to 1.2 and the fundamental premise of the plan, a very early paragraph about meeting needs and needs beyond the boundaries. But beyond that, para 3.18 refers to significant investment in the leisure offer. It refers to promoting health and well-being. It refers to opportunities for exercise. It also refers to improving general health. Paragraph 3.20 talks about transport provision and the approach to meeting transport with alternatives to the private car, and obviously we will come on to that under the next matter. 3.24 talks about affordability and how to address that. So we heard a slightly worrying statement yesterday about affordability and the inability to address it. And the point that we would make is if the policies of the plan as a whole fail to address those matters identified in the spatial objectives, or indeed, we would say they actively work against them, they cannot be found sound. And just to take a minor point with the point that Mr. Williams made, our view is this is a fundamental rework that's required, and it's not a 6-month job. It's something that would appropriately wait for more information from Snows, so we know what we're looking at. So we would reject the proposition that it can be made found sound, can be found sound.
Thank you. Mr. Williams, please. James Williams, we've got, yeah.
Thank you, James Williams, on behalf of Beyond Homes. I was just going to add to what has already been discussed, in particular with reference to the MPPF under paragraph 22.
Can you just speak a bit, bring it a bit closer?
Sorry, is that
Thank
a bit?
you. Yeah, that's
there?
great. Sorry.
Yes, just to add to what's already been mentioned, particularly under the MPPF paragraph 22, which in relation to strategic policies states that should include to anticipate and respond to long-term requirements and, importantly, opportunities such as those arising from major infrastructure improvements. And I think that might be where we are with sort of water neutrality, looking at strategic policies and the opportunity for major improvements to that to unlock delivery. In terms of market demand and the ability to deliver the housing, as was raised earlier, the plan that never was yesterday discussions referred to delivery of 1,100 per year. On the current policies, I accept sort of the reduced short-term 5-year figures due to where we are, but then it ramps up to 900 for the remainder of the plan period. If previously we were at the council's view, and I'm sure that would have been challenged, was at 1,100, then I don't see how 900 now is a constraint via the market if previously they were able to achieve a higher figure, with the only difference being water neutrality. In addition, and I haven't been through the detailed submissions in relation to the strategic sites, with them being able to deliver water neutrality on site themselves, another response to that from the council could quite easily be to look at their strategic policy 2, which is the settlement hierarchy, and utilise the sort of second tier, the smaller towns and larger villages, which are the most sustainable settlements after Horsham town itself, and through an increase in the allocations at that level would ensure a wider split geographically across the district, thereby allowing more houses to be delivered. So I think the market delivery, as has been mentioned previously, is not particularly an issue here, and the council previously were delivering higher numbers. And I think paragraph 22 of the MPPF makes reference to anticipating major improvements to infrastructure that could include the solution to snows. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Churchill, did you want to come back in, or are you? Okay, thank you. Councillor Sallows, please.
Yeah, I'm George Sallows from Rushford Parish Council. A couple of points. First of all, there's been reference back to the current HDPF and the housing numbers being met for that. And there's the question here about objectively assessed needs. And since that was the original work was done for the HDPF.
Can you just pull the microphone a little bit closer?
At that point, the assessed need was based on local assessment by Horsham District in terms of its housing list requirements and its anticipated need in terms of what was in the plan for development. Since then, it's changed to a national formula, which we're going to hear, but a number of flaws have been highlighted in that, not least of which is its encouragement of population movement and growth within the southeast, which is the area where government has said they don't want that growth to occur. So I think there's a flaw there that people are referencing back to the HDPF as though the same constraints applied, and it wasn't the case when that was done. The second point is in relation to Mr. Strawn's comments, and I wholly agree that his argument about the legality of certainty for anything in relation to a project that's put forward can't be the case, because that would apply to all of the sites in terms of their infrastructure, and the lower level design of what's going on can't be certain at this stage of the plan. And so there has to be allowance for, as with water neutrality, for some scope for flexibility there. But then, unfortunately, he contradicted himself at the end, because he then argued that the council had to assume certainty that the water companies will meet the need of the plan. And if we look back at the water companies' history in terms of their management of waste and their management of water supply, they've failed to do that over the last 20 years. So why must the council assume the certainty that because they can predict in the plan an endless number of houses, that the water company has to meet that need and will meet it? So that certainty doesn't exist. So I think that the council, I think, is right to assume that the certainty of the water provision is at huge risk because of all of the known factors that exist at the moment. And the water companies are arguing it themselves, that they've got a shortfall over the next 20 years for their water provision across the southeast as a whole, regardless of the issues with the Arun. So I think that those 2 points need to be considered carefully.
Thank you. Mr. Bardo, please.
So yes, Andrew Bardo, Rural South. I just want to comment.
There's a microphone on, sorry.
Yes, Andrew Bardo, Save Rural South Water. We're hearing a lot from the housing industry about market delivery. And it's a rare opportunity to have so many representatives of that industry present. So for us, it's quite an interesting experience. The concern I have is that market delivery is about factors. It's about ability to deliver and appetite. Now, the ability is something that is controlled by the house builders. They have to supply the labour, they have to purchase the materials, but those are not insurmountable problems. But as a resident of this district of many, many years, and having observed the progress or not of developments in our district over that time, and more particularly of recent years, it seems to me that the key component really is the appetite to deliver. Now, a lot of criticism being levelled at the council for the figures which it's suggesting in the plan, and the suggestion being from the learned legal teams on the other side that they can deliver much more. But what we've seen here over quite some time is, I think, not a question of ability to deliver, but a lack of appetite to deliver. Because house builders will not, I submit, build houses that they don't believe they can promptly sell. And we've seen it through the developments around Southwater and around Horsham. Major house builder developments, the Highwood development on the A24. I think the first residents in that development moved in back in about 2010 or 12. That development is still unfinished. Half of it is a building site. There are still properties for sale there. And that's not to do with inability, that's to do with the fact that they can't sell the properties. And the more properties they build, the more pressure they put in their pricing. So I think that appetite, and we've seen this again in Southwater, the major developer involved there has still got several hundred, 250 odd houses, which they haven't even started building because they haven't been able to sell the houses that they had already built. I think they may be close to finally doing that, but they've had permission for many years. So it rather sticks in the throat that they can complain about delivery, but then they can use their own timetables, if it doesn't suit them financially, to protract the whole process of delivery, which leaves villages like Southwater as perpetual building sites. And Southwater we will deal with in due course, but it has been a building site since 1980. Perpetual development, major development, slow, and as we're seeing now, it simply it's being finished off to suit the developers rather than any demand. And the other point about a Southwater's development is that, this is simply not dealing with any local demand. We represent the villagers of Southwater who say we can't afford to buy these properties, nor can our children. And indeed, the developer there is marketing them in Hong Kong and mainland China, but still struggling to sell by the looks of it. So I just think it's a point I'd like to make.
Yeah, okay.
And I apologise for...
No, it's okay. I mean, it's a hearing. I've got to stick to the matters and issues and questions that I've raised. But I've also got to remind everybody that I'm an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State, and I'm obliged to examine this plan in light of national policy. That's what I'm here to do, among other things. So, you need to realise that that's, I think you do, but I think, the decisions that I make or in examining this plan are guided by national policy.
Thank you, sir. Yes, I appreciate that. I just feel that it's relevant to the criticism that's being levelled by that sector, the council, and I just think there needs to be sort of the other side of the story needs to be put. It's not purely the council here, it's the developer's own appetites. Thank you.
No, thank you. Mr. Davies, can you pull the microphone really close, please?
Yeah, thank you. Hopefully you can hear a bit better. Just like to flag up in terms of the spatial vision of the local plan. The local plan identifies Horsham as the top tier settlement within the hierarchy. Ifield obviously is.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. So the local plan identifies Horsham as the top tier settlement within the settlement hierarchy. Ifield is far further down within the settlement hierarchy. The plan identifies the main level of growth at land west of Ifield. It's not consistent with identifying high levels of growth to the top tier settlement. And within the sustainability appraisal, it identifies there was a number of small sites that were looked at. These options, option 4 was chosen, which discounted a number of smaller sites across the district. One of the sites that previously scored highly that hasn't been identified and taken forward is the Horsham Golf Club. So one of the concerns is that the strategy doesn't follow through with the actual policy allocations. The 3 large strategic sites are outside of that sort of hierarchical approach. Also, there's a lack of information and evidence as to how the allocations will contribute to the health and well-being of the population of Horsham, particularly Ifield. And again, this is something we'll go into detail further on their policy HA2. But there's a lot of information within the sustainability appraisal on house prices, housing needs, housing stock, but no information or evidence as to how the site west of Ifield has been allocated to improve the lives of people of Horsham. The allocation is more directed towards the people of Crawley to meet the unmet housing need of Crawley. However, Crawley Borough Council aren't supporting land west of Ifield.
I think we'll get to that in some detail when we start looking at the policies.
Yeah, apologies.
It's helpful
too much
to get it out now.
Detail,
so that's fine.
What I'm trying to suggest is that the spatial vision doesn't really address why the bulk of housing development is identified significantly further outside of Horsham, which is the main settlement within the district, and there are other alternative smaller sites that could help provide those housing numbers. So yeah, that was just maybe there's more work to be done on the vision.
Yeah, thank you. Is it Mr. Wiseman? Sorry, I'm trying to read. Some of the writing small and my eyesight is
We're
not
so
the
far away.
best.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Wiseman, representing Vistry Group. Councillor Sallows just made a point about the uncertainty of water, and we heard yesterday about the duty imposed on providers. I won't go there, but I thought if we are talking about uncertainty, it's also important, I think, to bear in mind that just by not allocating houses does not put a strain on water. There are plenty of young adults who are being denied the right to a home that are already using water. So just by not providing homes is not necessarily, well, there is already an issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Pete.
Yes, good morning.
Can you just introduce yourself?
Yes, I will. Aaron Pete, WSP, representing Homes England. I just wanted to pick up on the point about settlement hierarchy. I put it down on the basis that I thought we might be talking about it a bit later on.
Yeah.
But just to make the point, one of our points in our hearing statement was very much that we felt that Crawley should be recognised in the hierarchy in some way.
Yeah.
To recognise the focus that Horsham have placed in the importance of Crawley, and therefore, talking about it in the realms of Ifield, I feel is a little, disrepresentative of that debate, and it should be brought up as Crawley as opposed to Ifield.
Yeah, I think the council have already sort of recognised it to some degree in proposing some main modifications, but I think we're going to need to get into it in a bit more detail. But I think it's important to know that the council have, if that's fair, that's fair. Yeah. So they have, they have recognised that to some degree. I think if nobody else wants to sort of make any further comments on my question 1 and matter 2, issue 2, which is perhaps one of the biggest questions in that agenda, I'm going to take a break and then I'm going to ask the council to respond to those points that have been made. There's a lot there. I think if it helps, I think the word certainty was used a few times in regard to the HRA, but then how that should feature in terms of identifying sites. I think developable sites was a point that is one that struck with me. There are many, there are many others in there, but if it helps, yeah. So I think at just nearly 11:10, we'll take a 20-minute break and we'll come back at past. Okay? Thank you.
Do you want a drink? Do you mind if I seems to be alright.
Yeah, it's about, isn't it?
He's got my this is good. So I think he's going to
Yeah, I think it'll be alright.
I'll only be honest with you.
Yeah.
Try and listen.
That's fine. I know you're tapping away as well.
Oh, is it?
I really should.
I've got a few queries, but my hands are on I'll deal with them.
What, like people, right?
Participation, nothing major. Things that I could sort out.
So it's 11:30. We'll resume the hearing session. We were dealing with matter 2, issue 2, which is whether the spatial vision and objectives are justified, effective and consistent with national policy and positively prepared. We've got to question 1, which is the vision clearly articulated? Is the relationship between the vision and the objectives clear? Are the plan's vision and objectives soundly based? I'd heard from everybody in the room on that, and we took a break, and I said that I was going to come back to the council to give its response to the points made. Is that okay if we hear that now?
That's absolutely fine. We've taken the opportunity really just to streamline the response. So rather than take you to various bits of documents and read them out, I'm just going to ask you I'm going to give you the document references, and you can go there in your own time and form your own view
That's helpful.
about their implications for delivery, having regard to that content of those documents. First of all, let me take up the issue of snows. It is at an advanced stage, and you'll hear more about that in due course. And of course, it was sufficiently advanced to enable the Minister, as recommended by the Inspector, to impose a Grampian condition in the Kilnwood case. I agree and acknowledge that that condition also gave the developer the opportunity to put in its own scheme, advance its own scheme. But of course, reliance was placed upon snows as a means of avoiding harm. Implicit in that was the acceptance that the duty extended to the local planning authority in the exercise of its planning functions. The implications for that on plan-led development are therefore obvious, that a reliance can begin to be placed on that, and we will see how far advanced that is in due course. So far as the capacity argument is concerned and reliance upon the work undertaken by ICENI, I'm simply going to refer you. So I've always made it clear that we rely upon 2 documents, HO2 and HO3. HO2 was produced prior to COVID and the issue of water neutrality surfacing. And HO3 was premised on the Council's preferred spatial strategy at that time. And in looking at that, made adjustments to the Council's own trajectory based on its own evidence base of the ability of sites to deliver within the planned period. But specifically in relation to HO2, I would draw your attention to paragraphs 620, 626 and 627, which deals overall with delivery capacity, historic rates, and the potential of the district to accommodate those rates. So far as paragraph 3.23 of the plan is concerned, if we move towards a modification stage, then quite clearly one would have to have regard to the need to amend that to reflect the position that the objectively assessed need is not being met for whatever reason is best stated there. But in saying that, 323 is not just about numbers, it's about qualitative issues as well, and meeting the needs of all members of society. It's not just about numbers. So I think that's as far as we can go in response to the points made.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I just wanted to, this is, apologies, this is my, but I think when you were referring to ST02, it was shortly after the COVID pandemic, but I think the point is that it was looking very much at scenarios which weren't specifically tied to that. So it was just a slight clarification on that point, just so that no one's confused about that. I'm sure that those opposite might have picked up on that otherwise. But yeah, I think the other point that we just wanted to, I mean, this refers to a document that's in our examination library, and it's quite important evidence in terms of the points being made about snows and the certainty or otherwise of snows coming forward. It's HDC 07, and there are various references within that document by the inspectors for the Crawley local plan. For example, paragraph 242, in which they say, we are assured by the evidence before us of progress being made as a local authority-led water offsetting scheme. Paragraph 41, this is in respect of duty to cooperate, but they acknowledge that tangible process is being made on implementing a local authority-led offsetting water scheme. And critically, paragraph 42, which I won't read out the whole paragraph because it's quite long, but it references that the local authorities have been working with West Sussex County Council, the Environment Agency and water utility providers and Natural England, and all endorse the approach being taken and the conclusions of the HRA report. Overall, this is quoting, overall, we find the mitigation in the relevant policy in the Crawley plan would be effective, and so share the HRA report conclusions, ultimately no adverse impact on site integrity. So essentially those inspectors were accepting that SNOWS enables plan-led development to come forward in an HRA compliant way. I don't believe we've had any evidence of HRA compliance in respect of the bespoke bespoke solutions that are being mentioned quite a lot by those on the other side of the table. So I think we really wanted to draw that distinction between the two. We do very much refute the idea that there is parity, if you like, between the two sets of circumstances. SNOWS has had a lot of joint work, and the relevant agencies are all endorsing that. And there is, obviously, this will be discussed in more detail tomorrow, but I think we will be sort of highlighting further how there is a lot of doubt about the efficacy of the solutions that are proposed, which aren't SNOWS focused. So we just wanted to make that absolutely clear. That's our position. Thank you.
No, I've read the Crawley report in some detail, as you'd expect, and sort of aware of what that says, but it's difficult to make a sweeping comment, but I do take the conclusion that the context is very different, isn't it, here, to what context was faced by Crawley. I'll just say that for now. And then also, I might also say that we can talk about it tomorrow, and it's difficult to know what was in the minds of those inspectors at the time, but I wonder whether, they expected the SNOWS to be operational sort of long before now.
Yeah, I think just we will obviously be providing you with further comments and verbal evidence on those points tomorrow. I think we have colleagues behind us who are more knowledgeable.
Yeah, all right. Mr. Cameron, please.
So I know you want to bring this to an end, but just I don't want you to be left with the impression that it's only SNOWS that has had sign-off from Natural England on adverse impact on the integrity of European sites. That is not correct, because for the example of the Thacum site, you have the letter, I've referred you to it, Natural England, saying that it can deal with impact on the European site. So you can't draw that distinction between SNOs and bespoke solutions.
Are there any more points in response to what the council have just told me? I'm obviously going to need to look in detail again at all those documents that I was put to.
And the substance of the Natural England responses as well.
Yeah. Mr. Strawn.
Just to add to what's just been said about alternative solutions beyond snows, whatever view one reaches about snows, clearly one of the important features of any plan is its resilience. And a strategy which is dependent upon snows, as opposed to one that discards in the planning site-specific solution for the bring forward sites, is plainly far less resilient than one which is predicated upon site-specific solutions. And that's why there's a fundamental tension and contradiction in the council's approach, which is to allocate based on snows, and their sites rely upon snows, and then to discard what would inevitably be, we say, a more resilient approach, which is to not just contemplate, but recognise the benefits in sustainability terms of those sites which don't depend upon offsetting snows in that way. So we say that that's problematic for the reasons I won't bore you with again.
Okay. Right, we've got some questions that's going to take us into some of the detail of the policies of the plan now that we will need to get into. I think some of the things we've discussed will no doubt be recurring themes as we go through. My question two, before we do that, I want to just briefly ask about policy SP1 of the plan. So that's page 29. I just want to get the council's take on what purpose that policy is sort of perceived to serve, what value it adds to the plan.
Certainly. I mean, essentially, this comes through as a sort of historically as a model policy that came forward. Really, the purpose is to sort of set out the broad approach, if you like, that is taken to development in terms of, working proactively, in terms of, ensuring as officers, sort of, development management colleagues, essentially, rather than necessarily ourselves, how we.
What if the new framework comes out and says something slightly different in terms of sustainable development and that policy? We don't know, but I've been faced in situations with Section 78 appeals with policies like this that can cause quite a bit of debate as to whether there's any conflict, etc. Have you got any views on that? Because it doesn't really go much further beyond what the framework says, does it?
And you could actually lose it without any harm accruing to the plan at all, because whatever the MPPF says about sustainable development and the requirements imposed on local authorities and developers alike, those will prevail.
Yeah.
So it can go. It doesn't need to stay in.
No.
So we could, I mean, if you're minded to.
I asked you because I
recommend-
wondered whether it was a particular need for it, that you wanted it to, that it was a particular need for it. And
I mean, I think really our view was in terms of, you know, following the best practice was there, but if that's obviously the world has moved on, then clearly we could recommend a modification that, or you could recommend a modification that resolves that issue.
you wouldn't be adverse to that. Okay, right.
No.
Any comments on it? No.
Just briefly in relation to that, I understand your point, but the MPPF is there for the overall guidance for planning and is in the hierarchy of planning is the superior one. But this local plan is supposed to reflect the local need and the local environment. And so things like the hierarchy and the character of the district as a whole are reflected, I think, within these policies in terms of maintaining the current structure of a main town and smaller settlements around it. I think that's an important aspect of local planning that should override any sort of general consensus of what the national framework is providing.
I've heard the point. I don't feel the need to talk about that particular policy anymore. But thank you for the point. Okay. Moving on then to looking at my question 2. There's a point about Objective 9 refers to smaller market towns. How does that relate to the settlement hierarchy set out in Strategic Policy 2? I'll just look to the council to respond.
Certainly. I think this is, from our perspective, something more in the drafting of the wording. We obviously have suggested a potential modification, but essentially in terms of smaller market towns, we've got business pages on the council's website which reflect, that they are Billingshurst, Henfield, Pulborough, Southwater, Steyning and Storrington. So that was the intention behind that policy, rather than it being sort of anything more complex than that, if that makes sense.
I think you've proposed the main modification.
Yeah.
I think the point is throughout the plan, whichever settlement hierarchy as potentially modified, if we move on to main modifications, you need to do a full sort of audit through the plan to make sure that you're referring to the settlements that are, if you like, identified as they are in the hierarchy, and the use of different terminology for them will no doubt affect how a decision maker or a developer reacts to those policies, which will cause confusion. Any other points on question 2? No. So my question 3 was, do the objectives recognise the need for and role of services and facilities outside the main town, smaller towns and villages? If not, should they? So I'll give the council to respond to that question, if you will.
I think really our response is that set out in the MIQ response. We're seeking in that objective in particular to protect the economic viability of Horsham town and smaller. It's not that we're seeking to sort of go away from smaller market towns, and it's. I don't think I've really got anything sort of further to add from that point.
I think it'll get flushed out a bit more when we start talking about the distribution of development anyway. So, yeah, thank you. Does anyone want to make a point there? Okay, I want to move on then to matter 2, issue 3. So, which is whether the spatial strategy and overarching policies for growth and change are justified effective, consistent with national policy and positively prepared. Again, on my agenda, I'd set out, on my additional agenda points, I'd set out 4 bullets there, and I'd set out a particularly interest in understanding more about the distribution of planned development. And everything that we talk about here, I want to really relate back to what we've previously just talked about, and the flow through from the vision and the objectives as well. So the role and influence of Crawley and the relevant housing market areas, the objective in the NPPF of promoting sustainable transport, the flexibility, particularly the effect of relevant policies on windfalls and sites not identified in the plan. Okay, so looking to my question, I asked the council what was the proposed distribution of housing development for each settlement and type identified in the settlement hierarchy in total and for each year of the plan period. I asked the council a supplementary question having read its response, and I asked you to prepare a rather helpful table that everybody has no doubt had an opportunity to have a look at. So I think we'll need to probably have that to hand when people we talk through this particular part of the hearing. So if we look at strategic policy 2 and the development hierarchy, I'm going to just start with a few comments on it that I think, from the basis of what the council have said, you'd accept that some main modifications are going to be needed to these policies, and I think that's really helpful. So it sets out, if you like, a list of settlement types, and it sets out a range of characteristics and functions, which no doubt I think we'll debate. And then it also then sets out settlements and puts them, if you like, I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it's almost a tiered approach, isn't it? It's a priority order. Yeah, some plans would refer to it as tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. So it's a priority order for how the spatial strategy is going to drive the distribution of development, hasn't it? To a degree, is that right? Yeah. So, you know, it's not. I think you probably accept it's probably not clear in terms of that. It's probably not doing that really in terms of explaining what it's doing. I think basically the addition maybe of language, it being tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 might even help. The numbers that we've flushed out in terms of a distribution, you might disagree or not. I think ultimately the end point may well be that it might be considered that this particular policy should have numbers apportioned to either tiers or places. I'm not sure on that yet. I'll take the council's sort of response and how this discussion flows. Yeah. Right. Yeah, let's find it and yeah, the programme officer sent that to all participants for this.
So on the website, if that's helpful, under the hearing statements, it's under matter 2, it's appendix 1 to issue 1, 2, 3.
Table that you can see this sort of room looks a bit like that.
Yes.
All right, seen it? All right. Okay. So it basically apportions numbers to settlements, doesn't it, based on how the council distributed its development over the plan period. A lot of the representatives raised comments about there not being sufficient clarity in the plan about the distribution of the development. That's the council's figures. Okay, so all right, so I've introduced policy SP2, and I've introduced that table. Does the council want to just provide me with its own commentary on how policy SP2 sort of sets out the hierarchy and drives the distribution of development? Just to introduce things, please.
That was all. Yes, certainly. So I think in a sense you've introduced it fairly effectively, that it is seeking to deliver that tiered approach to development. Obviously, having gone through our sustainability appraisal process, which looks at where's the strategy for growth, we're looking at either what came out as most sustainable in the starting point was that you have urban extensions and also growth within the settlements. This policy is more focused around the sort of growth within settlements. So it's what are the services and facilities that exist within them that can accommodate that in particular the organic growth. That was the starting point. Obviously, we recognise in terms of our evidence base, in terms of those services and facilities which are already present, that Horsham is the top of that category in terms of the towns. And then clearly as you go down through the villages and towns, they vary, but fundamentally you have a number which are slightly larger, which act as hubs for smaller villages and meet day-to-day needs, but they are still reliant on those higher order settlements of say Horsham, and so on, all the way down to the very small villages which have very limited growth. What we have also added in, which was recognition from sort of the current local plan, which we don't have, recognised that there are some settlements that currently are classified as countryside, and obviously that doesn't enable them in sort of pure policy terms to accommodate much of any growth. So there was a recognition there that actually there is some potential for that infill, and therefore pulling that out in general terms. But in broad terms, what you see is that Horsham, in numbers as a town, over the plan period generates about 28% of growth in total. Although there is a larger percentage in the smaller towns, larger villages, that's more a function of the quantity of them, if you like, the number of those settlements, and therefore that they are themselves sort of bringing forward a slightly variable number, which is a function of their geography and location, access to the transport networks, that kind of thing as well. But broadly bringing about sort of 12%, unless they are sort of very, very constrained settlements, but nevertheless recognising that they can still, if infill comes forward, support that growth, and so on, down to the sort of lowest category.
Yeah, there will be some overlap with the questions as we go through, and we might not need to cover some of them as the issues sort of fall out as we start to discuss this. Yeah, so how much of this policy is very similar to the old policy, isn't it, in the adopted plan? Well, I call it the adopted plan policy, isn't it? It's very similar. Is that fair?
Yes, as I've outlined, there was a change, recognising that there have been issues in terms of accommodating growth in those very, very small settlements. Right. So it moves it forward in terms of how that can be accommodated. But part of that, I think, is a response to the geography of the district. So particularly in the south, obviously there are constraints within the national park. South east is particularly constrained with floodplains as well. So there are aspects of, I suppose this is more within, in terms of within expansion, expansion rather than the within those settlements that become more challenging.
So
we have to work with what's there, I think is what I'm getting at, in terms of a starting point, rather than, we haven't got a blank district in front of us.
No.
There is that,
that
recognition.
Yeah, you should always build on previous policies, but recognise what's changed is the key. And I think probably at that point probably goes to the heart of some of the concerns that have been raised. There's this, but let's see where we get. So my question really, to be fair, is what is the proposed distribution of development? You've set it out in that note, haven't you, in that table? That's the distribution. You just explained that and talked us through it. I'm straying a little bit into question 3. I think we've dealt with question 2 already. But I'm going to stray into question 3, if that's okay. And when I open it up, people can sort of pick up in response to questions 1 and 3, if that's okay. Does that seem reasonable? Yeah? Okay, but we've dealt with 2. All right?
Excuse me, I have one general point on question 2, which is this question of sustainable development.
Yeah.
And the current proposals are for a hierarchical thing, which we can argue about as well. But what it fails to do is identify the land use outside of housing.
Yeah, that question 2 is about policy SP1.
Yeah,
okay,
that's right.
So I've dealt with that.
But it doesn't identify where, if the development is outside of those areas, what the impact is on what it's replacing. So that the plan as a whole fails to identify current land usage. So where something happens outside of those settlement hierarchies, what the impact is on what it's replacing. So there's no plan in here for the
I think we'll get on to that. I take the point, but I think they will come out. It will come out as we get going. But yeah. Okay, so dealing with questions 1 and 3 together. So question 3 is strategic policy 2, development hierarchy sound. Are the settlement types described, justified and effective? So moving my questioning on a little bit, we mentioned Crawley at some, it's come out this morning, it's come out at length. I think does the hierarchy doesn't really mention Crawley as written at all, does it? It doesn't at all, does it? And the preamble to it it doesn't really mention it either very much at all. But then we've obviously got the biggest strategic allocation adjoining Crawley. So if we're talking about the roles and the settlements and the influence on the district, it feels to me that Horsham is obviously a big influence, but it feels to me that Crawley is perhaps of equal influence, if not greater.
I don't think we necessarily disagree with that, so I think this goes to sort of, it's not that it doesn't exist, and I think we've sought to reflect that through paragraph 4.29.
Yeah.
And accept maybe the potential of, maybe that doesn't go far enough. I think the concern which we did seek to set out at the MIQs is that because it's not in our district, we're not necessarily planning for it, and maybe that was where the tension lay. But I don't think we would necessarily object to recognising within the hierarchy, obviously Crawley aren't necessarily in the room, but it recognising that the role it has to play, I don't think we particularly dispute or argue with.
No, but I take you back to my opening comment of the hearing session. To put it in now, in the way that I said that the vision and the objectives needs to flow through the plan, I'm concerned about how the plan can solve that now with it not already being in there, because it feels so important to this plan.
So I think, I mean, I know that we had the main discussion on the SA, which I know there are issues with, so I won't go into the particular issues that you raised yesterday, but suffice to say, obviously, I think that is probably a useful reference in terms of how we've, assessed sites in respect of Crawley, and obviously, it all feeds into the same thing, so we're assessing, the site assessments report actually is probably a key document as well. So whilst so in terms of the site assessment report, which my screen just switched off. It's SD11.
Yeah.
Sorry, H11, I believe. H11. So that and as I mentioned, the SA that we discussed yesterday, which is ST03, I believe. The evidence is all essentially taken account of Crawley as an important influence on how the spatial strategy has panned out. And so I think really, if there's nervousness about making a modification in that respect in the plan, I think it's probably that modification would be supported by the evidence that exists. It's not like we're bringing anything new in, as it were, by doing so, but equally, obviously, our position is that we're comfortable with the policy as is, but if it was necessary to make a modification, I think the evidence is there to support it.
Right.
To add, so although I accept we're talking about sort of earlier policies in the plan, but in the context of reading it as a whole as well, obviously there's quite a description of the role of Crawley, where it is, its geographical location in the actual allocation, HA2, so paragraph 10.83, for example, talks about its administrative boundaries and the fact that there is potential to deliver significant needs there for both ourselves and for Crawley in terms of housing, education rather.
Yeah, so, okay, so it's difficult, for me not being from the area to make sweeping statements about what HA2 is. But would the council accept that it is an extension to Crawley, but recognising in the context it's within the context of a number of villages that are in and around it?
Yes, I mean, I think this is, Crawley could potentially assist in this, but the way they as a town operate effectively, it's a new town, it's got a series of neighbourhoods which has come forward over the history of time. Our allocation, Kilnwood Vale, which is already building out, is one of those neighbourhoods. So essentially, the way we have worked with them in terms of
what's
this.
Kilnwood Vale then? Is that a new separate community or an extension of Crawley?
So the way neighbourhoods work is that, and this is what we sought to explain in the
is it a separate small town or village? Is it a village or an extension of Crawley?
Well, whilst it's an extension of Crawley, but the way their neighbourhoods work, this is the distinction I'm trying to put out, is that each neighbourhood on a day-to-day basis operates in the way that our smaller villages and in terms of our hierarchy do. So you can go to school in that neighbourhood, you don't have to leave it, you can go to the local shops there is an element of employment there. So you've got your day-to-day needs met in the same way that South Water meets its residents' day-to-day needs, hence why we put that in hierarchy where we have. and would obviously envisage that the HA2 has that role. Clearly, anyone living in Southwater or Kilnwood Vale or anywhere else has to visit a higher order settlement from time to time. It could be that that's Horsham, it could be that that's Crawley. So that, if that provides some further context in the role and the way that that settlement operates.
So just thinking along those lines further, so the housing market areas, you've got the strategic housing market area assessment, talks about the influence of the housing market area. The north, I'm terrible with producing technical names of everything, but the northern, northwest Sussex housing market area influence on the settlement hierarchy, as well as the coastal housing market areas influence on this settlement hierarchy. I believe there's an overlap, isn't there, from to the south, and obviously the main influence is the northern and the northwest, from what I've read. How has that influenced this hierarchy in any way?
I think there's two aspects to that. So you obviously have the HMA. Clearly, you've got the North West Sussex, which is the primary driver, and that washes over the whole of the district. And obviously, then there's meeting needs in the south of the district. But nevertheless, there are sort of geographical elements within that as well. So in terms of our housing topic paper, HGC2, obviously we talk about the fact that actually the south of the district is considerably more constrained in terms of the ability to deliver growth. You've got the national park to the south, southeast corner, there's floodplain. So there is...
It's all on the key diagram's a good one, isn't it, to show
so in
it,
that sense, it's kind of how, you know, there is that sort of tension in terms of geographical limits in terms of what you can and can't do in terms of meeting that sort of growth from the south.
Yeah, but there's also pools, isn't there? There's pools in which people are travelling to these places for employment and services, isn't there? That are captured in the economic assessments, and that they are captured in the housing market assessments. That's why those boundaries are drawn, isn't it? Functional economic areas and housing market areas. How has that sort of drive the distribution of development in any way?
I think there's two aspects to that. Obviously, we know that actually, from our district's point of view, actually the key drivers are Horsham, are Crawley. That's where the primary demands are, and obviously that's in the northern part of the district, that's where that focus is for growth. Yes, there is an element to the coast. It's much smaller, that draw is much smaller.
Yeah, it comes back to the discussion about unmet needs and sort of who should be meeting them, and I know it takes it to the all back there, but you know, it comes back to the point that this plan, you know, it isn't meeting its need, but that because it's not meeting its own need. If I were to accept that as sound, should it still not recognise its influence beyond its boundaries? It seems very. I read it and it seems very much. What I take from it is this is our district and this is how we understand our district and how we should plan for it. But there's very little in the hierarchy and the text that leads up to it that recognises what's going on outside of Horsham district.
There's sort of two elements to that, because it's the day-to-day of, we can only plan in terms of within the constraints of our administrative area. And when you get to policy 2, I think the way that it's, in terms of the building on those policies, the focus has very much been on, you know, what we got there, how can that grow on a day-to-day basis, and in terms of providing that level of detail for development management. So I think that's where that advice and support, you know, comes from in terms of that. clearly, if there's a need to sort of update and recognise that, you know, there are other settlements that, you know, you have to get up and go through. So clearly there is that wider context, but equally that is set out in other sections of the plan in terms of, you know, where the HMA sits in terms of the housing policies, for example. So that is recognised elsewhere.
But this policy, although I've asked for the numbers, you'd accept that. Is that right?
Yeah.
Or not?
I mean, my view is the numbers that we've got in terms of what we're proposing in terms of the strategy is a sound basis in terms of the spatial hierarchy, in terms of how you would best meet that from a sustainability perspective, in terms of you know, balancing the needs of residents, the need to travel. It's that day-to-day lifestyle, sustainable development patterns, the fact that, you know, we have a very rural district and actually, you know, bus services are frankly quite limited. You know, someone commented earlier in this year that on a site visit that they didn't see a single bus all day. So it's bringing some of that and recognising that context.
But can where you put development help in some circumstances to address some of those issues?
In terms of the spatial development, yes, but there's an element of scale there.
Yeah.
So yes, we're saying that in terms of west of Ifield, North Horsham, which is an existing allocation, obviously can do that. West of Southwater, Billingshurst, they are
I think nobody in this room would dispute the fact that how you distribute development should be in line and seek to promote sustainable transport as far as it can. I don't think anyone would argue that from a range of different modes. It's clear and nobody would dispute that. I don't think. I accept that that's easy, that's more difficult to achieve, but the principle, yeah. I'm going to start bringing people in under that question. I've set the scene. Do you want to say? Sorry, Mr. Bates. Do you want to say any more?
Very briefly, it was just, I mean, granted this isn't specifically supporting text for the policy under discussion, but paragraphs 4.5 to 4.10 of the plan do cover these issues, and particularly paragraph 4.8 recognises the HMAs and their importance in terms of how we have gone forward with this plan.
These are after though, aren't they? These are after that key policy.
No, before.
Sorry, did you say
4.5
right,
to 4.10, page 22 and 23.
Right, okay. In the context, yeah, sorry. Yeah, okay. All right. Sorry, Mr. Bates. Yeah. Okay, I can't see everybody's names, but I'm going to start bringing people in under this questioning. Was you, Mr. Sallows, was you first?
So, just 2 points, I think. But one historical note for your benefit. There was a development, the Ifield West development was mostly on Horsham-owned land, and at the time that was built in conjunction with discussions with Crawley as a new settlement for Crawley, and it was passed across to Crawley as part of that full agreement and is now an integral part of Crawley. So there is historical evidence of this sort of thing happening before, right next door to what's proposed for the west of Ifield. There are two main differences, and I think it's why it's excluded from here, is that at that time Crawley Borough Council were in agreement with that development, and Crawley Borough Council are adamantly against the proposals for the west of Ifield development for a whole range of reasons, and it's not part of their new plan. So that sort of gives you some history to it. The second one is that the development for west of Ifield is undoubtedly an extension of Crawley.
Yeah.
And the first phase of it is the development of a school on the existing golf course.
Can I bring some other people in first, and then if your points don't flow through the discussion, I'll come back to you. I think I've read your submissions.
Yep.
Okay. I'd like to bring in Mr. Strawn, please.
Thank you, sir. Just taking forward that theme, one of our fundamental criticisms with the plan is in setting the vision and objectives that we talked about earlier before the break, and then the approach to location of development that reflects all of those objectives. And just moving away from your look at Crawley, but just thinking about the south, you can see, again, the paragraphs that Mr. Bates has just mentioned, I think 4.5 and 4.8. There is a suite of paragraphs that talk about the location of the district close to central London and the south coast. And then 4.7, which we were talking about earlier, about it being imperative to meet housing and economic development needs, which include both the district needs and those for unmet needs where possible from other locations. And 4.8, again, talks about own housing needs and others so far as possible. We then get 4.9 about water neutrality being the big break on that, but we'll put that aside, assuming that that's not a, as we say, a sound approach. What you then have is a complete failure in the settlement strategy to recognise that the location of development needs to be thinking about all of those sources. And if you look at 420 and 421 of the plan, this becomes particularly evident because what the council say, having put the brake on the numbers for reasons which we, the new water neutrality point, they then say 420 as part of the monitoring and subsequent reviews of this local plan, there'll be an opportunity to revisit the potential for the district to contribute meeting the significant unmet housing needs for other authorities, including Crawley and the South Coast. And then again, in longer term, in 421, it notes, in addition, there are also significant housing needs that are arising from the South Coast. Any subsequent review of this plan will need to consider whether it remains appropriate for continued strategic scale settlement expansion or whether the development of a new settlement would be a sustainable approach. All of that is simply putting off, of course, the question of, for example, new settlements and where they'd be located in the district on the basis of a hypothesis that we can't think about it now because of water neutrality. If I can skip on from water neutrality, let's assume that it's not necessarily a sound approach to approach water neutrality in that way, then of course, the starting point would be to do the very exercise that 420 and 421 is purporting to put off, but to start thinking about the settlement strategy which looks at locating development, and I obviously have my own client site in mind, but generally speaking, locating development which is recognising that Horsham is not an isolated world in its own right, but it's surrounded not just Crawley to the north, but the south coast, which historically it sought to provide for. The big problem is that's not the settlement approach that they've adopted in thinking about distribution of development, and it's fundamental because it's about the whole approach to whether you pursue the option of new settlements, and if so, where they're best located alongside strategic roads, as in my client's case, further down into the district in an unconstrained area. So we say that this is so you picked up on Crawley, we say it's equally problematic in relation to the South Coast and those needs.
Thank you. Mr. Churchill, please.
Thank you, sir. We obviously heard that from Ms Howe that bus services are limited, and you rightly note that improvements to those are difficult to achieve. Across the sector as a whole, across the UK as a whole, we are seeing a reduced or falling bus services, and it is a major issue. So we would ask you to turn your attention to how an improvement to those bus services can be achieved. And our suggestion is that the appropriate way to do that is to maximise existing facilities and services that have a presence, and use development proposals to prime them, to provide patronage where it's dwindling elsewhere. And over and above that, where there is an opportunity to use development to make direct contributions to those facilities and services, they should be maximised.
Thank you. Mr. Peat, please.
Yes, thank you. Having seen the assessment plan on the table, that's helpful in that it recognises that Bruce sits at that top tier. I think there are means of recognising that within policy as well. Would be helpful, I think, moving forward. But I think the comments made earlier on about Crawley being an objection to that particular proposal, I feel, and I think it's just worth putting in context of their policies that have been adopted. They very much talk about paragraph 12.18 of their plan, well-planned urban extensions which provide comprehensive, sustainable neighbourhoods with local facilities and services for a well-sorted landscape and setting for the neighbourhoods, informing important ways and means to all these housing needs. Therefore, the local plan acknowledges there are potential urban extensions to all the outside areas to where it should be explored to meet rising housing needs of the borough. So just making the point that as a form of development, as an area of development, there are supports of urban extensions to recognise the local
Sorry to interject, we've just had a message that those listening to live streaming aren't picking up what you're saying very well.
That's
the mic's not on.
That's it sounded quite loud.
You might need to repeat some of that.
Here, but obviously
Just
not loud from there.
quickly run through the key points again, if you want to
Yes,
mind.
sorry.
Just very quickly.
So just very quickly, recognise Crawley being at the top of that table ahead of Horsham in terms of the wider settlement hierarchy, which is a point I raised earlier on. I think I also just wanted to make a point about Crawley and their representations and recently the local plan support policies that have been put in that do recognise that urban extensions to Crawley are considered a sustainable way of dealing with development and will satisfy needs potentially within Crawley as well.
Thank you. Mr. Cameron, please.
Thank you, sir. Main heading, distribution of planned development, taking up your bullet point, and two headings under that, 2 points to make, and I'll seek to make good each point. First one is the strategy adopted by the council, and that's the distribution strategy, undermines the objective of meeting housing need. And the second point is that the strategy adopted puts delivery at risk, and delivery is one of the council's concerns. So why do I say that? So how does the strategy undermine the objective of meeting housing need? Well, if we go back to the 2021 Regulation 19 plan, and I'll just give you the references, para 413 says the level of growth that is required to meet the national house building aspirations requires the strategic scale expansion of existing settlements as well as a new settlement within the district. So express recognition by the council that if you're going to meet housing need, you need a new settlement. That was their view. We then come to the topic paper HDC02. And if you go to 5.26, they continue to recognise that a new settlement is justified if you're going to meet housing need. So why has it been omitted? When you go to 7.12 of the same document, HDC02, the omission is justified on grounds of water neutrality. But the council's reasoning is deficient because they seek to justify the change in strategy by not including a new settlement based upon water neutrality constraints, but the new settlement that was identified in the 2021 document is not prevented from being delivered by that constraint. So the logic behind their change in approach to distribution of development falls apart. So there's then no justification for omitting the new settlement. So the strategy that they've adopted undermines their objective stated in the plan of meeting housing need. That's point one. Point two, the strategy puts delivery at risk because, and for this shorter point, if you go to the sustainability appraisal, SDO3A, page 84, there it states, and recognises housing market limitations whereby putting too much development in one part of the district can put rates of delivery at risk. So if you have the distribution centred around Horsham and I use north of the district generally, not the sub-area specifically, you then put the delivery at risk. So their whole strategy causes the problem which they say is the justification or part of the justification for the strategy. And if you don't want to impede delivery, then you spread the development more by including a new settlement or settlements. So the council's argument really falls apart because they started in 2021 by saying they wanted to meet housing need, they could do it by a new settlement, and the whole justification for the current distribution is terribly sorry, we can't do that because of water neutrality. Well, if that is not a good point, there's no reason not to go back to the previous distribution. So that is the point on distribution of development.
Mr. James, please.
Strategic lands. Yeah, in terms of the proposed distribution of development, in terms of it being justified and effective, it's clear that the spatial strategy is as set out, and without meaning to repeat points already made, it fails to support proportionate growth at some key settlements in the south, and I think that was the answer perhaps that you're possibly probing for the local authority earlier, sir. But the ability to facilitate proportionate growth across the south can also potentially address issues that have been raised through the fundamental strategy that council have forwarded into the plan, such as under delivery in the early period of the plan. So with bespoke water neutrality solutions and private water neutrality solutions on residential and employment development, there might, without the over-reliance on larger strategic sites, there may be the ability to address that under delivery. Despite mention of the South Coast area in the vision and objectives, the plan does rather neglect fair distribution of development in the south. It's relatively unconstrained, obviously outside of the South Downs National Park. I think the overall comment in terms of strategic policy 2 is that the tiered approach appears to have been somewhat rolled over from the previous 2015 HDPF. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. It's Kate Brocklebank from ECE Planning on behalf of Dublin and Chantry and the Hunter Group. I don't want to repeat, it's difficult not to, but there is some key points here that we would like to raise as well, particularly as the sites that we're promoting sit in Storrington, a small town, large village, and Cowfold, a medium village. And picking up from a point that we raised yesterday in terms of duty to cooperate and our deep concern that the south of the district has somewhat been left with insufficient growth attributed to the settlements that require it. It's crucial for their vitality and economic stability. It goes back to spatial objectives 8 and 10 and whether those have come to fruition in terms of those settlements in the south. We certainly don't think that that's the case. They provide crucial services for the communities within which they sit, as well as those which sit around them, either individually or collectively, and without sufficient and proportionate growth, they will fail. That's it. I think much of the other points I would like to have made have kindly been made by colleagues here. Thank you.
Thank you for your brevity as well. Thank you. If you finished, Mr. James, did you want? Thank you. It's great. So, Mr. Murray Cox, please just introduce yourself. It's
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, David Murray Cox, on behalf of A2 Dominion. So, just on this point of Crawley, really, as you've picked up on, firstly, strategic policy 2, the various objectives of the plan, it's conspicuous by its absence there, but you have various sources of evidence in front of the examination which talk about its sub-regional importance, particularly in this case, the topic paper, document HDC 02, for example, paragraph 5.9, and there that document talks about various consequences of not recognising the role and importance of Crawley, for example, by failing to deal with the issue of out-commuting. And the way I've interpreted that is people commuting out from Horsham to Crawley, which in my mind goes to the heart of the issue of unmet needs here, because Crawley is distinct, it has very significant affordable housing needs of its own. Its affordable housing need is actually greater than its own LHN, according to the evidence in that examination. And in our submission, it's quite right that this plan should recognise the role of the town and not deal with the district as some form of an island. And I'll leave it to your review to look at the point Mr. Bates made about whether or not the site assessment report really did consider the contribution that the sites could make to Crawley. The question that then rises is whether or not the plan is one which responds to the strategy or not. And you were taken to the table that the District Council presented with Crawley at the top. Mr. Peake raised a similar point. The issue as I see it is either one where west of Ifield, taking that as an example, is adjacent to Crawley, or as Mr. Davies I think mentioned to you earlier, is at a village. Well, it can't necessarily, in the context of this strategy, be reconciled in that sense. Either Crawley is a key influence of the strategy and one of the largest allocations is next to it, or it's a very large allocation at a village not necessarily in line with the strategy. I think there's a question and a tension for you to grapple with there. That's everything on from me. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Piper, please.
Thank you, sir. I just sort of wanted to look a little bit more at the strategy in its widest sense. So the inference is that Horsham have looked at their district, but actually, and only their district, but that's not quite true because they've looked at Crawley. If that's the case, if it is about inwardly looking, one has to question what the point of the HMAs are. And I just wanted to go on to, with that in mind, reference the north-south divide. Now, I did a very rough high-level calculation in my evidence that uses the A27 as a crude divide between north and south. And you've got an 85-15% split between the north and the south. And yet the affordability issues are equally applied throughout the district, which are 13 times salary. You also then have the issue of the fact that there are 2 HMAs in addition to the northwestern Sussex one that hit the south of the district. On top of that, you then have the unmet need. And I just wanted to put a little bit of perspective on this from the evidence that was given at Mid-Sussex. Crawley's unmet need in their local plan, in their adopted local plan, is 7,505 units. So that's 440 dwellings per annum. Brighton and Hove don't know exactly what it is, but the quote from the officer at that inquiry was no lower than 1,000 dwellings per year, double Crawley. You've got
where was that quote?
So this
from?
is it was in evidence actually around the table at the Mid-Sussex plan just a few weeks ago by the officer at Brighton. And then you've got Worthing, which in the July 21 plan was referenced as being given a very, very small amount of help, but obviously that's been taken away. So Worthing currently are 322 dwellings per hectare, per annum. That's their standard methodology at the moment. And I'm not suggesting for a minute we should be looking at what's coming, but just to give some scope, Worthing is going to go up, if the government's figures are going to come through, to 862 units, which again will be more than Crawley. So what I'm saying is that need, and Worthing is, and Brighton and Hove are but 2 of those authorities on the south coast, and their constraints are more than just a district boundary, which is what affects Crawley. So, that need down the south is as a coastal West Sussex organisation of those authorities, they're saying it's 30,000 unmet need to 2050. So it is no small beer, and it needs some serious thinking about, because Horsham is relatively unconstrained, minus the national park, and it is the only real option for these authorities. And that, I think, was recognised back in the day, before water neutrality, when Horsham actually joined the Coastal West Sussex group, and because they were all looking to Horsham to provide that. You've got this mix of you've got the 3 HMAs down the south, you've got the only 15% of the development down there, and then you've got the ability through clients like mine and others that can actually bring through medium-sized sites in those settlements to the south, that will help provide for the OAN. It will give a variety of sites, so you will improve delivery. And if you believe that there is a market input, then you're actually going to spread the housing coming at the same time throughout the district. So I don't personally sign up to that, but if it were your considerations there that Iceni have some value, well, there you go. So it's one of those things that I think this is an opportunity that has been missed, sadly, that we could have had a much more proactive, bolder plan that looked at those settlements in the south, looked at the need, because we have 3 HMA needs in that area, and those settlements could actually be looked at and potentially go up the hierarchy, or could be considered how they work in operation with their lower order settlements as well, because see, no village is an island, or no town is an island. So and I think there's just been a greatly missed opportunity, but I think the disparity between the north and the south is something that is a real concern.
Thank you. Mr. James, please.
Thank you, sir. Howell James from Nexus Planning, acting for CrowdAce. So I just want to make a point of clarification in relation to the council's housing distribution schedule that's helpfully been circulated. The point of clarification I want to make is in relation to the numbers at Henfield, which is a tier 2 settlement. There are a range of sites identified at Henfield within that distribution schedule, but other than the land at Sandgate Nursery site, which is for 50 dwellings, all of the major development sites are existing allocations within the neighbourhood plan for Henfield. That neighbourhood plan covers the period 2017 to 2031, so therefore those numbers are essentially based on the housing requirement of the adopted local plan, as opposed to the current local plan before us today. So therefore, over the remaining 9-year plan period that this plan would cover, Henfield is only expected to deliver 50 dwellings, which is less than 6 dwellings per annum, around about 5.5. Henfield is an unconstrained location. It's a tier 2 settlement as identified by the plan, and sites have been promoted at that settlement, including a site by my client. Therefore, the point raised in paragraph 21 of the council statement in relation to constraints on some settlements within that tier 2 band on housing numbers isn't justified in terms of the numbers at Henfield. And we've provided a note in our statement at paragraph 21 incidentally as well in relation to what would be the proportionate provision. So I think just adding on points made before really around that proportionate provision at settlement and that being a settlement in the southern half of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Steele, please. Can you just introduce yourself?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I'm Robert Steele from Savills Planning, and I'm representing Boway Homes, in particular reference to their land interest at Thacombe, which is the south of the district. I wanted to respond to one of the questions. Have all relevant settlements been identified and placed in the correct settlement type? Am I able to address that point now?
I was going to get on to that next. Is there any more under the first question? Mr. Scott, you've got your... I'll come to you first then, Mr. Steele, yeah? When the time comes. Mr. Scott, have you...
Hello, sorry. Yeah, just to reiterate the point being made by Mr. James there really about neighbourhood plans, picking up on the point I was making earlier, but with specific reference to the table that was sent around, I know that the site which my clients own, Thacombe Tile, which is on page 2 under Storrington, even though it's technically Thacombe, the first year of delivery is the last year of the plan period for the neighbourhood plan. So there's obviously concern there about distribution. I would also note is that it seems to be spread out over 4 years, which for a site of 90 homes seems a little slow. Thank you.
So, question 3 is strategic policy to development hierarchy sound. We need to explore it more. I've got sub-questions A, B, C and D there. Are the settlement types described justified and effective? We've talked a lot about Crawley. I think you accept that there's a need to, to recognise that in the names of them are carried forward from the old plan in principle. Does anyone have any particular sort of points about how the settlements are described in the hierarchy before? I'll come back to the council in response to a lot of those points there that you've raised. Does anybody take any points to how places are described in the hierarchy? Yep.
Yes, I don't want to repeat what's in our representation, but I think it's a case of, what does it mean by the function of a settlement, and how does that allow sort of response to where sustainable development is and where it's located. So I think it's just clarity about how these settlement types have been described and what that actually means. Because to my clients in particular, it's not very clear about what it's trying to achieve through the policy.
We'll get onto that as to when we start looking in a bit more detail about how these policies operate, I think. Mr. Davies?
Yeah, just really back to the settlement strategy and what is land west of Ifield. Is it a sustainable urban extension? in terms of in that settlement hierarchy, is that it's the same. At the moment, it reads as if it's a it's an allocation. It's not something that's connected to or necessarily mesh well in terms of road connections with Crawley. It's sort of out on the limit. It's detached somewhat. It's not a new town, not a new village, not a new settlement. So it just seems to be a housing allocation without any sort of real identification within the settlement hierarchy as identified as part of policy 2 of the plan.
Right. Is there any more points to be made by anybody under my question Q3A? No? I think it's going up to 10 to 1 now. You heard a lot there about the general operation and purpose of policy SP2. I'm going to need to talk about it some more because I want to explore my sub-questions a bit more, as do others in the room. But I think it would be a good point to break for lunch and come back and carry on after, if that's all right. Yeah. So at 10 to that's good. At 10 to 1, we'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 10 to 2. Welcome back, everyone. Time to resume the hearing session for matter 2, which is the plan period, vision, objectives and the spatial strategy. We're using my matters, issues and questions as the agenda, supplemented by the bullet pointed agenda that I circulated in advance of the hearing session. So as far as we'd got, we were dealing with matter 2, issue 3. That is whether the spatial strategy and overarching policies for growth and change are justified, effective, consistent with national policy and positively preferred. And we'd got down to question 3 on my matters, issues and questions. We dealt with question 3A in terms of people in the room giving views on that. We heard a lot from participants, and then in the relatively usual way, before lunch I said that I was going to come back to the council and give them a chance to respond to the substantive points that were raised. Can I ask you to do that, please?
Sorry, apologies. Slight misunderstanding of who was going first there.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, so I'll start off then. There was just a couple of points that I think on behalf of the council we just wanted to come back on.
Yeah.
First of all, there was a suggestion in the discussion earlier that our strategy was somehow undermined by us not having taken due account of the housing market dynamics, the HMA essentially. I think we would strongly refute that, and I think it's quite clear to us that the allocation of the West of Ifield site as a strategic site, which ultimately will deliver around 3,000 homes, the key rationale for that was exactly because it relates so strongly to Crawley and to Gatwick and the kind of the core of the northern West Sussex HMA. So that's just a case in point, really. Obviously, we could talk more about that in respect of other elements of the strategy, but I think that's probably the key one. And then there was a point made, several points actually, around the table about the distribution issue. And I think we'd like to, maybe slightly risky, but we'd like to refer back to, it has been a document that's been talked about an awful lot, but the housing market delivery reports. I would refer actually to HO2, which is the update study. Is it HO?
HO2 is the first one, HO3 is the second.
HO3, sorry, I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah.
Both of the studies, because obviously the one builds on the other, so you could probably refer to either in this respect. But in terms of the growth, what growth can be sustained in different parts of the district, first of all, there was a suggestion that we essentially were being over-optimistic or over-allocating, distributing too much development to the northern part. I think if you refer to paragraphs 5.21 for one, let me just double check that. Yeah, so 5.21 of the document talks about the key market characteristics and growth drivers in the northern part of the district, which includes proximity transport connections to Crawley, Gatwick and London, and the concentration of existing economic
activity and services. This area could reasonably sustain growth rates above the district average over the plan period as a whole. And then it goes on, if you jump forward to paragraph 5.29, that talks about looking specifically at the period which in this, they've identified 2029 to 36, obviously it may be a bit later than that given further delays to starts, etc. But where housing delivery is expected to be particularly high in the North sub-area and Crawley Borough combined, the growth rate would increase to 1.3% per annum over this 5-year period, and in absolute terms, housing delivery would be higher. It's over 1,200 homes per annum. And 5.30 says this is actually historically low as to what has been achieved historically. So clearly there are other factors at play, and we've talked a lot about the water neutrality constraint, but in terms of purely in terms of the markets delivering, the ability of the market to deliver, I think it is right that there is more focus on that part of the district, because that is the part of the district that can sustain higher rates of growth, and that's why we're allocating probably proportionally a bit more development in the northern part of the district. If I turn then to comments that on the converse of that is that the southern area is not we're not allocating essentially enough sites in the southern part of the district. Again, this the report deals with this, and it's in paragraph 5.39, for example, and that kind of makes it clear that even on the basis of the current strategy that we have before you, sir, delivery is expected to exceed 380 homes per annum in the southern part of the southern sub-area, according to this analysis, which is an unprecedented level of development in the south sub-area. So that's without any further allocations on top of what we are proposing having to be made. And then finally, 5.42 of the document says that given the relative rurality of this area, sustaining average housing delivery of over 250 homes per annum could be challenging, albeit achievable, but challenging being quite an important word. We see limited potential to sustain higher levels of growth over the period to 2031, particularly as the sub-area is restricted by the limited economic drivers. So I just wanted to kind of, again, sort of draw the attention back to, how much we've, factored in the market areas and housing market dynamics in terms of how development is distributed. So I think that's probably all I need to say on that point. Thank you.
I'm gonna. You're asking me to rely on that particular piece of work quite a lot. There's been some fairly strong comments about it in the room, particularly how it squares with the NPPF. The date of that work, a lot has changed since that work has been undertaken, hasn't it? Does council perceive any risk to its reliance on that piece of work? I've not formed any clear views on its robustness, if that's a word.
I think the answer would be there is risk to over-reliance on any such analysis because we are looking some way into the future, and there's probably no one piece of evidence that could be absolutely 100% reliable. What we have is the evidence that we've prepared. We believe it's robust. We believe it gives a strong indication of the market dynamics and the market's influence on how and where development is more likely to come forward in the district, and that's all I can really say on that point.
Yeah, but there has been quite a lot of change in terms of things that would perhaps influence the market since that work was completed, hasn't there? Not least the general election and the change of government and a whole raft of policy changes, all of which will influence the market to some degree. Is that not a fair point to make, at the very least?
So yes, all I can say is that we submitted the plan shortly after the general election took place, and we could not have any clear knowledge of what future policy would be. And also, I would add that, of course, we're under under the current transitional arrangements as set out in the current MPPF. We are being examined under the 2023, September 2023.
Have you got any response to the points that have been made this morning about how that work? I think I think the point that's been made by others in the room, correct me if I'm wrong, it's at odds with what the framework is asking you to do, which is boost the supply of housing to some degree. I'm not saying that, but people have said that. You've got a response to that. I've got to obviously look at this work very, very seriously, because it's been quoted to me as, on a number of occasions as the response to many of the points that have been raised, hasn't it?
To pick up on that, I mean, yes, we've referred to this document to some degree, partly because there have been so many others, sort of essentially, sorry to use, sort of like maybe the appropriate language, sort of picking apart a bit, the kind of contents of that. Obviously, I can understand that others would have reason to question the evidence, as is their right under this process of examination. But clearly, it's the evidence that we feel is appropriate. But moreover, it's one piece of evidence, and we have also referred to various other pieces of evidence.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. It's just it's
referred
to again as the piece of evidence that is used to rebut many of the comments that were made this morning. I'm just pointing that out.
Can I just come in at this point as well, in terms of, obviously, notwithstanding the point about Crawley and the hierarchy and what we've come up with, obviously what we have focused on, which is document EN07, that looks at the sustainability of those settlements, what they contain. But I think this was picking up a point earlier around in relation to the South Coast as well. There's an appendix to that document which sort of breaks down the specifics of each of those towns and settlements we've got in our district. And when you get to the employment, which I think someone has pointed out in one of their hearing statements relates back to 2011 data, but that's because the 2021 census data doesn't exist at that level of granularity at this point. But actually that travel to work area for the settlements, except in the far south and the southeast of the district, and particularly the far southeast, are very much that Horsham, Crawley focus in terms of travel to work, and therefore in terms of the location for development and what we're seeking to do in terms of sustainable development patterns. Again, that evidence therefore points to focusing development particularly in the north of the district rather than the south, in terms of reflecting that draw, essentially.
So I don't know to what extent you want to revisit what's been discussed this morning. I doubt that you do.
No.
The fact that we rely upon elements of the evidence base is inevitable.
Yeah, of course.
And there's only so much a local planning authority can do in providing that evidence base and using it reasonably as a means of informing decisions for local plan purposes. So that's what we've done. It's available for you to see and to interrogate and to come back and ask questions about should you think it necessary. And the weight, of course, you give it is entirely a matter for you.
Yeah.
We've given our references. We have used and are using that and other elements of the evidence base to substantiate our position.
Yeah, no, I fully understand that. Okay. Right. I think that work will, subject to progress being made. I think in later hearings it will need to be interrogated at some length if we subject to us reaching that stage of the examination. Now, turning to my agenda then to progress through the matters and issues at hand this afternoon. Question 3A of my matters, issues and questions I think we've dealt with. Question B, have all the relevant settlements been placed in the correct settlement type? I'm just going to open that straight out to the room. Does anybody want to comment on that to get the discussion going? Because I believe some of you do. Mr. Steele, please.
Thank you, sir. It's been picked up by yourself and the council a little earlier, but clearly, compared to the previous adopted plan, a number of assessments have moved on in the preceding years, and in particular, there's now new census data, which I respect the council has referred to the fact they haven't referred to that given the various data sets haven't been released, but nonetheless, just as a case in point of the village of Fakeham, its population size has increased by 30% between the 2011 census data and the 2021 data, and also the number of homes have as well. Yet it still remains as defined as a small village within the emerging plan. So it just begs the question, I guess, is how reliant can we be on the council's evidence-based EN07? There's also other similarities, particularly with Fakeham, with other villages that have been defined as medium villages, such as Barn Green and Warnham. They're similar scale. And also in the council's earlier evidence piece, a preceding version of EN7, which was dated in 2022, in fact, they did recommend that Fakeham be promoted to a medium village. So just in terms of my client's point is that their view is that Fakeham should be designated as a medium village in this emerging plan, and therefore be able to accommodate a scale of growth appropriate to that designation. Thank you, sir.
Any other points on the classification of specific settlements that before I go back to the council to respond? Does anybody else want to talk about that? No? Do you want to respond to the points raised and just explain how places got placed in particular categories, if you like?
Yeah, that's fine, sir. I mean, I think obviously I've referred to EN07, which talks about the sort of the disposition of different services and facilities within each settlement across the district. And essentially it's therefore it's a balancing exercise, and it's based on professional judgment as to where those settlements fall, and it also takes account of not only what they've got in their settlement, but also how they relate to the surrounding areas, what those transport links are like, narrow roads, those types of issues. With the specifics of Fakeham, Mr. Seale's correct in terms of that there was the consultation at Reg 18. Obviously there was feedback not only from the development industry, but also from local communities and their feedback on the way that their community runs and operates, and really the balanced view that we reached was actually was appropriate on this occasion for it to remain in the smaller settlement hierarchy. But I mean, clearly you've mentioned that you're doing drive-arounds. If there are instances where there's one that is borderline, then we can look again. But mostly I'm not of the view that there is that balance of views, and we've hit that based on our professional judgment.
Yeah. So as you sit here today, remind me of the classification of all the settlements. You stand by that. Yeah, and I suppose we talked about Kilnwood Vale this morning and Crawley. Is that you still stand by that? So Crawley, you've accepted you would bring in under its own classification, but
yes, I think in my mind, it's Crawley is outside our district from a planning perspective, and therefore it's how you deal with those settlements that are within our district boundary and therefore how they operate in Kilmwood Vale. It has that operation as a small town, large village in that it provides that community. Yes, it looks to Crawley in terms of its facilities, but that's in the same way that Southwater as a settlement also looks to
Just bear
Horsham.
the point in mind. We've got, you've already suggested some mods to change the settlement hierarchy. Just bear that point in mind.
Yeah, I mean, the option is, rather than include it as part of the settlement hierarchy, we give it greater prominence in the supporting text to explain its functional, spatial role within the hierarchy. That might be one solution, but there is a solution.
Okay, I'm not sure how much my questioning beyond what we talked about this morning will take us much further in terms of distribution and what you said. So, yeah. What purpose? How did the audit of services and facilities document sort of feed into that? You went round and sort of counted sort of GP basic services, didn't you? So how did that drive? The reference escapes me.
EN 07.
Yeah. So how? So you did that, and then that's almost like a health check, is it, of the places? And is the point that you looked at what had happened before, you did that, and then decided that things hadn't changed? Is that?
It's looking at what's there, obviously, and actually that process did go out to communities as well in terms of helping us with that audit, in terms of what's changed and what's on the ground. They know those areas best. But it wasn't an assumption that this is how it's always been, this is how it remains. There is that potential for things to have changed over the years. Whilst the broad shakeout is pretty similar to before, that's because the nature of those settlements, broadly speaking, haven't changed, but it's not because it wasn't a predetermined position, if that makes any sense.
Yes, okay. All right. So it was relevant. You did that work. It was relevant. It all fed in alongside the others, and then you came to a rounder view, and this is the evolution, if you like, because it is very similar, isn't it, to what was before. And then, yeah,
it is, but then I think that's partly a function of how those communities operate, this level of services and facilities that they've had, and many of them around the table, which may come out on the infrastructure day, are sort of saying, well, they haven't had the infrastructure growth that whether there's rights or wrongs to that, but that's their perception, is they haven't seen that change particularly. They haven't been, Southwater, for example, hasn't had significant new schools. That's something that this plan is seeking to do. So in terms of moving the dial on, that's kind of for the future in that sense, in terms of, and it's how those settlements currently operate.
Okay, good. Okay, so I asked the question under C, how have air quality management areas inform the classification of settlements, if at all? The council's responded. I've not got any questions on the council's response. Does anybody have any views on that particular point? No. And then D and E, D, E and F, I think are really, to some extent, to be taken together. And I think it will sort of, as we start to talk about them, it might cover other bits of my agenda as well. So really, I don't want to get into the details of the nuances of settlement boundaries, but I do want the council to explain the process for, if you like, reviewing them, okay? And then, but ultimately, where I want to get to is a discussion about how, whether the policies in the plan allow for any development other than that which is allocated. Which is where I'm coming from. And I think as we go through, if you just start with that and just the process for going through and reviewing the settlement boundaries, why they're needed at all. Yeah, can I ask you to just start on that point? Yeah, so you undertook a process of reviewing them. What was that briefly?
So that's to some extent set out in our MIQ response, which is under section D. What we have looked at is obviously it's EN01 and EN02. Essentially, the way we view the policy operating, this is policy 2, strategic policy 2 as drafted, is within, we've got a rural district, we've got settlements within those areas. The principle within settlements, we're looking to see that actually we can maximise that growth, and to some extent, is there any point in making hundreds of allocations when that principle's already been allocated? That seems
so anything
pointless.
within a boundary.
The broad principle. Of
subject to all other policies in the plan.
Exactly that. Yeah. Okay. So that's the background behind that. So obviously, then it's beholden on us to understand where's that distinction between that built form and where the countryside essentially would be deemed to begin. So obviously there was a process that we went through in terms of looking at firstly the built-up area boundaries. Obviously there's the assessment methodology which is set out within that. And we've sought to take a consistent approach in terms of how we would look at those boundaries, that distinction between what is rural and what is urban. And then the other settlement, which is a new approach that we've taken through this plan, is obviously, as I referred to earlier, the secondary settlements. At the moment, under the current plan, they are effectively classified as countryside, which we didn't feel was particularly effective in enabling growth. So again, it was a fairly similar process in looking at, well, where is that distinction between the countryside in general terms and where that begins and ends in terms of the built form and how it operates in terms of setting that out.
So I'm just going to talk for a few points on policy 2. We're just going to move the discussion on, and then I'll start to bring people in. So if we look in detail at policy 2 there, I think that's what you said, development within towns and villages that have a built-up, development which have a built-up area boundary will be permitted. So that's just what you said, isn't it? That's clear. Is there any need to go on and then say any infilling or redevelopment will need to demonstrate its an appropriate nature and scale to maintain the character and function in accordance with the hierarchy? So the point is, if it's within the boundary of the town and villages for a start, that's acceptable, providing it meets all other policies of the plan. Is that right? Yeah. And then that point. So the second point. Sort of seems to then relate to. So I don't know what. Just what exactly does that second sentence of point 1 sort of mean?
So if you're looking at a redevelopment site within a village or town, clearly there is some potential for that. It might be low rise. You might be suddenly going into a very large redevelopment that would, if you're suddenly going from a development of 10 houses to 60 or 80, then if it's in a very small settlement,
just one thing, towns and villages would take if it had tiers, would take it right down the hierarchy to everything above secondary settlements. Is that right? Is that right? Towns and villages. It's talking about towns and villages. They're all.
Yes, so
Yeah.
we've
so-
got, yeah, sorry, I'll get myself confused. But no, essentially we've got two clauses within this paragraph. So this section refers, as you say, to the point up to smaller villages, and then
Yeah,
obviously
so
the
part
second.
one's all the way down to secondary settlements, isn't it?
Yeah, it stops
Yeah,
at
and
that
then
point.
part two is talking about things that happen in secondary settlements. That's right, isn't it?
Hmm.
Yeah. All right. So, okay. Just hold the point. I'm not asking you to make. I'm not going to force you into concessions. Just hold the, because it's a discussion. We need to bring people in, but I question whether, if you're going to permit development within boundaries, and you've got all these other policies, a detailed policy on design, etc., you need to say anything about it being appropriate in terms of scale or anything at all if it's within a boundary. I question whether that whole second part, it's right, it's adding an extra layer of constraint and testing, which is covered by other policies.
I suppose one could say that that's covered by policies 19 and 20.
Yeah, well, we'll get
which has
on.
got a list of criteria.
Yeah.
So one could actually examine those policies to see whether there's anything in 3 which ought to be in those policies which is not in those
Yeah.
policies.
I suppose we're not enough time to sort all that
There's no
out
need to
now.
do that now.
No, but I'm saying, I just think that there's a feeling of, for me, an extra layer of unnecessary control to development, which is not going.
Less is more.
Yeah, but it's not
So
going to
in that
help
respect,
the council in terms of its case, really. I don't think.
Okay. Well, we can look at that.
Yeah. So it's that. And again, if you then look at secondary settlements, there's also other criteria that are also further restricting development in those, and I sort of put the same question to them. I suppose where I'm heading with this, and I'll cut straight to the chase. The plan seems to identify, or it does, I think, around about 1,440, isn't it, in windfalls over the plan period. So we'll talk about that in supply, but it may be that as we look at these other policies, the settlement expansion policy, that they make it difficult for any form of site that's outside of the allocations to come forward. If that's the intention, I don't know.
I think the intention between, you've got policy 2 and policy 3, rather than debating the wording, essentially they're intended to operate as a sort of a pair of policies. So you've got what happens within settlements, and then it's what's happening outside of settlements in terms of where you expand to. And our view is that settlement 3 obviously sets the criteria out by which that can take place. And yes, we are quite clear, I mean, that the purpose of planning is to have plan-led development, and there needs to be, in our view, clarity as to where that development is going to go. And therefore, we would expect that to come forward primarily through allocations. And, the rationale for that is that, if you've got significant development that's going on outside of that, how does that then feed into infrastructure planning, the provision of schools, and what that then looks like in terms of the strategy? It sort of becomes very difficult to unpick. So that's really our viewpoint there.
Yeah. So I think probably just taking myself back again. So you've got sites within the boundaries that the council are happy about, really, providing that all other policies are met. within boundaries, you know, the council want those, don't you? That's going to support your strategy and integral component of it. Then we look at, I'm jumping ahead on the agenda, but I think it will just help to limit some of the discussion. Then we look at strategic policy 3, settlement expansion. That's stuff that's happening outside of those boundaries, right? So it says the expansion of existing settlements will be supported where all of the following criteria are met. So criteria 1, first of all, it's got to be allocated or in a neighbourhood plan. And it's also got to adjoin the settlement edge. So it's not only got to be in a plan, then there's another, as worded, there's another test. So I think that I'm not sure that that's what that intends to be. Is that fair?
No, I think what we're trying to say there is obviously, yes, it's meant to be plan-led development, and I think in terms of where we would expect those developments, this is in, maybe this goes back to the point in terms of guiding neighbourhood plans as well, in terms of where they're, so when they're looking at their allocations, they would need to make sure that they're not, you know, dropping 50 sites in the middle of nowhere because it's convenient to do so, which isn't sustainable. So that's the focus.
Big role in guiding neighbourhood plans. Take that. But it's got to meet all of these criteria. So any site that's not allocated or in a neighbourhood plan completely fails. You wouldn't allow anything as this policy is written, would you?
That's been the approach that's been through the current local plan, has been quite successful in delivering growth.
Is that reasonable in light of the circumstances of this plan? What we've talked about already over a number of days. The plan's not meeting need.
But if you're not meeting need, that's irrelevant in terms of the actual strategy, in terms of where you're looking to, you know, when you're looking to make allocations, you would still want that plan-led system to make those allocations. So we wouldn't be saying, you know, if we were in a position where more allocations are needed, we wouldn't be just saying there's a free-for-all, because then where do you stop? What's the implication of that in cumulative impacts on services and facilities? We can't then plan for that in terms of making that provision. And that's where it becomes very difficult. So it's seeking to have that element of control.
Do you want to add anything, or is that?
Just looking at something.
Yeah.
I tell you what, why don't you carry on?
Yeah.
While I'm looking.
Yeah. Shall I bring some people in?
Why don't you do that?
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Mr. Williams, please.
Thanks. So my points relate to SP3. I don't know whether that's jumping ahead, sir, or whether
I think
want to deal with
think
that
my
separately.
agenda will jump about a bit while we bottom out this issue.
Are you happy to hear it?
I'm happy to hear it, yeah.
Well, thank you, sir. Well, it is with reference to SP3 and the settlement expansion policy. And the nature of that policy is to set out the circumstances in which expansion of existing settlements will be supported. And we're told by the policy is to do so in order to meet identified needs, including housing needs. Now, as you said, sir, that this is a context where the plan, through its allocations, is coming nowhere near meeting housing needs its own, let alone those of its neighbouring authorities. And in that context, it's critical that the plan includes a policy which positively encourages appropriate windfall housing to come forwards where they would not adversely impact on the European protected sites, including because they have their own site-specific solutions to water neutrality. This policy doesn't do that, sir. All it does is roll forward the existing policy 4 in the framework, the restrictive policy. It doesn't positively encourage development.
In the framework, you mean the old plan?
The current plan.
Yeah, the adopted plan. Yeah.
You'll look at it and you'll see that the wording is identical, save for the addition of criterion 6. There hasn't been a review to say whether that strategy, that approach to settlement expansion is appropriate in circumstances that the council now face, which is where they are significantly undershooting the housing need of their area. It may have been appropriate in the earlier circumstances where they were not only meeting the needs of their area, but making a contribution to the needs of neighbouring areas. But it's certainly not appropriate now. Mr. Shadder, even yesterday, and I was watching, said there's nothing in the plan which precludes housing sites with site-specific solutions to water neutrality coming forwards. Well, SP3 might not do that, but it does heavily restrict it, because as you said, sir, the first criterion requires it to be allocated. So it precludes any windfall development coming forwards, even if it were acceptable in planning terms, and even if it has its own solution to the water neutrality issue. Why is that important? Well, it bakes in the undersupply that is achieved through the allocations, because there's no mechanism through which non-allocated sites can come forward to help meet that shortfall. And that is fundamentally unsound in my submission. One of the solutions to it is to remove criterion 1. That wouldn't result, in my submission, in ad hoc or development or free-for-all, because development would still need to meet the other criterions, including criterion 2. And criterion 2 requires that level expansion is appropriate to the scale and function of the settlement type. One could, if one wanted to, obviously tie that to the hierarchy and identify the higher order settlements. There are ways in which one can do so and establish a criteria which is consistent with the spatial strategy. That sort of our main submission as to why this policy is unsound. We've got more detailed comments, but I can come back to those if you want in due course. And as I said earlier, this is the liberalisation of this policy is part of the way in which this plan could be made sound in my client's view. It's necessary but not sufficient. There would still need to be a greater number of allocations and a review in relation to that matter. But a combination of greater number of allocations to meet a higher housing requirement and a liberalisation of SP3 may be enough to make the plan sound.
Ms. Piper, please.
Thank you, sir. Very eloquently put. I would have said exactly the same as Mr. Williams, but it goes to my point, which I've raised a couple of times about developable sites. So paragraph 68 of the MPPF talks about specific and deliverable sites from years 1 to 5, specific developable sites or broad locations for growth for years 6 to 10, and where possible 11 to 15 of the plan. And this is against the wider criteria of identifying a sufficient supply and mix of sites, which has been a constant theme of my client's comments. So it builds on what Mr. Williams is saying, that criteria 1 of SP3 is unnecessary. And you know through reading our reps that I've actually proposed modifications to the whole policy. But without those modifications, the plan doesn't hang together, because you have policy 9, SP9, that deals with water neutrality, but without the physical locations for those developments, you're not going to get the numbers that you need. And as Mr. Williams said, you've got a position here where there's an undersupply, and there's an easy solution. You allocate more, and then you actually allow the plan to do its thing in accordance with paragraph 68 of the MPPF through the lifetime of the plan period.
Thank you. Sorry, I can't quite read your name.
It's Nick Billington,
Yeah,
representing Miller Homes.
Thank you.
I'd agree with Mr. Williams and Ms. Piper. I'd preface what I'm going to say by just briefly pointing back to the discussion this morning to say I think my starting point is the plan is unsound based on some of the discussion this morning, and I don't think that could be addressed within the time frame. But if you were minded to suggest that the council look to find ways to modify the plan to make it sound, I'd agree that liberalising strategic policy 3 would be a good idea, and this is something that the council are already doing through their facilitating appropriate development document, and which you might be aware of, that they're currently using to guide development in basis of the current lack of 5-year housing land supply.
What was that document again?
Facilitating appropriate development document.
Yes.
It's used as a guidance document by the council to assess sites that are coming forward as a result of the current 5-year housing land supply position. So they're already applying similar criteria in assessing sites that are coming forward. And I'd also say that this isn't an approach that is unique. Other authorities, Fareham Borough Council, for example, in their plan that was adopted in April 2023, have a policy that also applies criteria when they have a lack of 5-year housing land supply to look at sites outside of settlement boundaries. So it's not an unheard of situation. And I'd agree with the suggestions around modifying strategic policy 3 if the council are asked to look at ways to modify the plan to make it sound in order to allow sites to come forward that aren't allocated, that may adjoin settlement boundaries and meet the other criteria, so they're still sustainable developments.
Thank you. Mr. Bardo, please. Sorry if I've taken you out of order.
Thank you, sir. I would be corrected if I'm wrong, but I don't think that the status quo has changed enormously in relation to settlement boundaries. The previous position was that there would be a presumption in favour of sustainable development within settlement boundaries, but not outside, although it is possible on an application by application basis to overcome the presumption against development. I've seen that in previous applications. I had actually prepared a response on behalf of Safe Rural Southwater in relation to your question 3D, are the built-up area boundaries justified and effective? My comments really are specific to the Southwater built-up boundary extension. Now, I know that we are looking at strategic policy HA3 in January. If you would prefer to keep this a more general discussion, and I can address
I would,
those.
if that's okay, I would.
We're very happy with that because they are site-specific.
Yeah.
I mean, for the record, we will be saying that they're neither justified nor effective, but we're happy to leave those to be dealt with at that time.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
And then Mr. Churchill, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Our position on this is it's set out in the hearing statement, but this is effectively a policy that's equivalent to the Penrose Stairs. It's impossible to make your way to the end of it, which is why we would support the proposition that it's critical that this policy is liberalised. And having heard the discussion that's taken place, there are obviously a number of issues or a number of drafting or a number of ways it could be redrafted to achieve that. The deletion of bullet point 1 is one of those. One of the other options is to make it an or policy rather than and policy, and make some adjustments. If one were to do that, it would be beneficial to move certain bullets out of bullet points and into text, in particular bullet point 4. But in truth, there are a number of issues that we would take with the detailed wording of that policy. The use of the phraseology, identified needs, is confusing in the context. Who's identifying those needs? Is it the need that's been identified at a wider level, or is it the optional need that Horsham's alighted upon? And the other point that you make in other questions about defensible boundaries, that's I would suggest that's confusing terminology in the context that's used in relation to greenbelt matters.
Thank you. Mr. Strawn, please.
Thank you, sir. I agree with what's been said about the policies collectively culminating in SP3. It's obvious that it doesn't permit expansion, as it were, beyond the allocations, because that's what it states. Where I part company with what you've heard is the suggestion you can cure this by liberalisation for this simple reason. Let's assume you've removed the requirement for allocation, which is in there for a specific reason from the council. You're then embarking on a different settlement strategy approach to that which the council's articulated, which is to accommodate the unmet need around settlements, unspecified, without no regard to the original settlement strategy, which was to use new settlements or new villages, or at least one, as originally proposed, but for the water neutrality issue. And you can immediately see that therefore liberalisation of this policy on the face of it, even if it were to lead to the unmet need then being accommodated, is going to be confined to a particular settlement wherever they come, whenever they come about by way of windfalls, but abandoning what was clearly an earlier part of the settlement strategy, but was only stopped because of the water neutrality. So that's a fundamental problem of this ad hoc liberalisation that's being suggested. It doesn't sit with the original strategy and would defeat one of the principal objectives to look at new settlements and their particular location. And can I did raise my Toblerone earlier, just to pick up on this HO3 point. If it flows from what I've just said, but could I just use this opportunity to say, I mean, everyone will be familiar with the classic catch-22 position that if you wanted to get out of flying bombing missions, you had to apply to be certified to be insane. But the only people who would apply to be certified insane are those who are clearly sane, because you don't want to go on a bombing mission. So you can't be the classic catch-22 situation. That is precisely what you're being offered up, not precisely, but by analogy, in HO3. HO3, as explained, is said to be a piece of evidence which supports the notion that historically and going forward, you can't put more in the plan because of a market inability to deliver a certain number. And therefore, when you come back to, if I just take you back to the preceding paragraphs of this SP policies, which I referred you to earlier, the notion that there will be a early plan review in order to accommodate, I think it's 420. Yeah, sorry, 420 and 421. The bits I read out to you about monitoring and subsequent reviews requiring you to revisit the ability to accommodate the South Coast needs, etc. Nothing will have changed. So if you imagine yourself, I don't know what's being offered now because I've lost track of an early immediate review or an early plan review in order to think about these unmet needs. If HO3 is to be used in the way that the council is suggesting, it's going to be the same at that early plan review. There'll be a classic catch-22 situation that because the council's relying on HO3, past performance in terms of delivering housing, as somehow setting a benchmark or a ceiling as to how future delivery would occur, you'll be in exactly the same position in 1 year, 2 year, 5 years, whichever position they're seeking under the early plan review. That is why the government in the MPPF clearly sets a requirement to boost the supply of housing. Of course, that boost will be unprecedented if you want to use those words. That's the whole point about it. But you can't then restrict it, pull it back to what you say is unprecedented, because then you have a self-fulfilling prophecy of not being able to deliver. And so the reason why I link that back to this is precisely because SP3, even if you liberalise it, is going to prevent the council ever coming forward with what was previously identified as an appropriate strategy, namely looking at spatial distribution, which includes new settlements. And all of this is in circumstances where we continue to say a new settlement such as ours is providing a more sustainable solution in terms of other elements, such as water neutrality, but also internalisation of trips and the ability to have a self-sustaining settlement with its own services and facilities, which is at the heart of the new settlement principles, rather than focusing all the development, as would occur if you liberalised here, around existing settlements, expanding them, without actually grappling with the better strategy or combination of strategies of creating new settlements as well. I hope that's not too much of a digression back, but it's...
Not at all, I would have said so. Mr. Scott, please.
Thank you very much. It's really just to sort of divert back to the conversation to reasons for liberalising policy. We have made some representations, which I won't go into, about specific problems with some of the built-up area boundaries, which I don't think are sort of supported by evidence. But if your decision was to, rather than go through each of those line by line, as it were, I can see some merit in turning attention to policy, or strategic policy 3, in relation to turning it into a sort of proper criteria-based policy which seeks to allow certain amounts of development in a relatively limited and controlled way adjacent to existing settlement boundaries or on sites that might be existing or adjacent to other smaller settlements as they were defined in the settlement hierarchy. So, and as I think gentleman across there said, that's not an unusual approach at all, and something which the council have been doing historically with some success. You know, there's certainly not unlimited development in the district, far from it. So, so really, I would just sort of support some liberalisation of strategic policy 3. Thank you.
Mr. James, please.
Basic comment is that concurring with points Mr. Scott just made and that people have made earlier about liberalising policy 3.
Can you just pull the microphone a bit closer? Thank you.
But in relation to liberalising policy 3, I think to suitably allow for the housing and employment needs, which we've talked about at length through policy SP3, one suggestion was made about removing criterion 1, although it would only take a relatively small edit to refer to an and/or scenario for appropriate development that might adjoin an existing settlement edge. So therefore, the site, in terms of criterion 1, the site is allocated in the local plan or in a neighbourhood plan and/or adjoins an existing settlement edge, thereby potentially allowing development beyond the settlement edge to address some of the needs that we've talked about today, but also allowing that to be subject to appropriate criteria elsewhere in the plan and actually within that policy as well.
Mr. Wiseman, please.
Thank you, sir. We've suggested amendments to policy SP3, so I won't reiterate that now, but in reading it again, it just strikes me as the word adjoins could do with some clarity, ideally, particularly in light of requirements for open space in BNG, on what point does the settlement end, and particularly with regards to existing settlement edge. At what point would an allocated site or an application site be considered to be a settlement edge? You have to wait till the development is completed. That's a question. Thank you.
Sorry, I can't quite see you. Sorry, Councillor Williams.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Sally Pavey. I'm chair of Warnham Parish Council. Can you hear me?
Sorry, that's not what it says on you.
No, I apologise. Councillor Williams was here in the morning and I'm filling in for the afternoon. I couldn't find my name. I do apologise. I do apologise. I hope you'll forgive me for not being as articulate as the experts in the room here, but we are a rural parish who are very concerned about this policy. We are rural and we would like to see maintaining of clear boundaries so that our rural character does not become an urban sprawl with the lack of the supporting infrastructure. And I appreciate that's verging into other policies, but I think it's just really important for us to say at this moment that add-on to rural settlements brings huge impact to the centre of that rural character. And so, although we endorse what Horsham District Council have put in this policy with the neighbourhood plan or parish plan, we would like to see some wording that relates to clear boundaries so that rural parishes remain characteristic to their foundations. Thank you, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to come back to the council. There are some that are promoting, sort of, I think it's been summed up as liberalisation of those policies. Others that are promoting, tie them down literally to just the allocations, really.
Yeah.
Sorry.
It's going to be difficult to respond to everyone's comments because I'm not going to undertake a drafting assessment now. Safe to say that the policy could be made more flexible. I think, sir, the premise of your original comment was in relation to allowing windfalls in the expectation that they wouldn't be major expansions to existing settlements, but would add to them in some way or another. So the question then arises is, if you do liberalise this policy to admit extensions at all, do you need to draw a limitation on the size of those extensions or not? And that's not something which I have or we have considered,
of course.
But it's something which we would consider if necessary. It is quite possible to liberalise the policy and to make adjustments to the criteria of the policy if there is a need to do so. So that's the first point I make. I'm not quite understanding the Usarian point Mr. Strawn is making, but I think that's a function of the size of the potential expansion which might be permitted in the absence of an allocation. So again, I'll reflect on that as well. So far as an early review is concerned, I'm not quite sure what this has got to do with this policy, but in any event, if we were to undertake an early review, it would be subject to a complete refresh of the evidence base, quite clearly. It wouldn't be based on existing documentation. So that's all I can say at the moment, but I think what is your concern is, how are we going to accommodate windfalls in particular locations if the policy restricts, the settlement expansion policy restricts it only to those which are allocated? Take that point on board. What that would result in terms of numbers, one doesn't know. It's a question of principle to begin with, and whether that flexibility should be there, and we'll give that some consideration. If you conclude that it should, and conclude that there's no need to set any limitation on that, that's something we can take on board and affect some form of modification in due course.
Again, it's probably a question for the sessions that are going to look at the supply in a bit more detail. But so just as the plan's written on the face of it, so that windfall allowance that's in there, that would be. Yeah, thank you. So on the face of it, as the plan's written, that windfall allowance would all come from sites within settlement boundaries. Is that right? Yeah.
Just in terms of how, in the trajectory calculations we've worked it on, we've been quite conservative in terms of and looking at those past rates, that's predominantly where they've come from. So yes, it has. That's been the focus of that assist in terms of our calculation.
And I'm just going to push that a little bit more. We're going to talk about this tomorrow. You might want to save the question till tomorrow, but I'm going to ask it now. So Snow's credits then, wouldn't need to talk about sort of how they're going to be allocated or not. Would windfalls get access to Snow's credits?
Yes, in the context of the way that our policy is drafted, and obviously there's probably more to unpack tomorrow.
Yeah, but I'm asking now.
But in terms of the sort of high level principles, yes, the issue that we've had with water neutrality, forgetting all the sort of bigger issues, is that actually we've had a lot of really quite small scale development, community schemes that have literally not been able to come forward. And things like the sort of sui generis change of uses in town centre, those things have all been put on hold as well. So one of our focuses in terms of how we unlock that has been through effectively those are the kind of windfalls, and there is that element made through series. I don't have colleagues at the table who've got that expertise.
I said you can save it, but
in terms of the principles, that has been quite a factor of it in our thinking.
Yeah.
To add to that, those are the people that find access. They don't have access to the boreholes or the other types of they don't have the site-specific solutions. There needs to be that strategic level solution to unlock that sort of community-led growth, for want of a better description.
All right. Mr. Churchill, please.
Sorry, so just a quick point, and it was just to highlight our concern at the suggestion about the potential for limiting numbers that Mr. Shadarivian made. The risk is amplified if there is indeed a delay to the delivery of Snows. I don't want to stray too much into Snows because I know there will be a lot of conversation about it tomorrow, but the delay to the implementation of that programme is one point, but there are also a number of other points that you'll touch on tomorrow, no doubt, about the cost and availability of those credits. I understand there is a wider concern about the commercial implications of this, effectively with the council holding the purse strings and potentially using that as a means to limit development.
Thank you. Mr. Strawn, please.
Yeah, so I'm very confused as to what is being considered. Windfalls are dealt with separately in relation to this plan, and as you were just discussing, relate to sites within settlement boundaries, for example, that become available in the classic way, which may be suitable for developments, brownfield sites, etc. This liberalisation of this policy has got nothing to do with windfalls, as far as I'm aware. What's being contemplated is that the unmet need element, currently running over 2,000 houses, whatever it is, we'll establish at some other later point, that unmet need could be used as a basis to develop outside the existing settlements on the edges of them. So my point's got nothing to do with windfalls. That's a different settlement strategy, which hasn't been subject to sustainability appraisal, for example, and which conflicts, if it's going to occur, with the previous settlement strategy, which was at least at one stage to allow for at least one new settlement. So if this is being proposed as a liberalisation, yes, of course, you would have to try and work out how many houses it's going to permit. But this is all rather emphasising that we're now embarking upon a different settlement strategy, hierarchy, development approach to the one that's being proposed. And that's why I said it's very deliberately worded in the way it is to limit it to the allocations, because that's the only thing that the council actually properly assessed. So I'm very concerned. I'm misunderstanding the use of the language windfalls in the context of what's being proposed by way of liberalisation, but maybe it's just me.
As I understand it, at the moment, I don't think anything is being proposed. My questioning was seeking to understand what these policies are trying to achieve. I've understood that they have locked development down to the allocations and within the built-up area boundaries. That's clear to me from what you've said.
Yeah, Mr. Strong, we're not trying here to sort of develop a different strategy.
But
we're simply responding to
but,
the inspector's question.
But so yeah, you know, I'm not sure what the solution is to that, or whether that's an issue at the moment when I'm considering all issues in the round. What I do know is the plan on the face of it also doesn't meet its need. And so I need to understand how other sites, as the plan is written, would come forward, and you've told me.
Yes, absolutely. And all I'm saying is not that this should be used, as it were, to open, as it were, a different strategy that's not been tested in terms of allowing huge expansions of settlements. It's about responding to the inspector's comments about windfalls. We're talking here about moderate numbers.
Well, we're now getting into very vague concepts. If it's applying to all settlements, then you don't need lots of large ones. You could have accretions to each and every settlement under a liberalised policy, but your strategy would have fundamentally altered to that which you were previously proposing.
Yeah.
Because it would have been, and in fact, I think one of the options was simply taking settlements and expanding them. That was rejected in favour of the previous strategy. So that's the point I'm making, is that the liberalisation.
I fully accept that it could lead you down that path. We're not necessarily saying it should be done. Because this is our strategy.
Well, we are back to where we started on day one. I've not made any findings about the SA. You know, you will be able to tell me as to who's legally obliged to make findings on the SA. I'm required to have regard to it, but it's ultimately a matter for the council on adoption as well, isn't it? So I've not made any clear findings on any of that at the moment. And like I said at the start, I've raised some concerns about the plan not meeting its need. And to the start today, those concerns as we go on have not been are not being alleviated at all.
The housing supply position in the plan has been clearly set out.
Yeah.
And we're certainly not, at this stage, proposing mechanisms whereby we can bring a substantial number of additional homes forward outside the scope of the SA process or the evidence base which is currently before this examination.
No.
We're not doing that.
No, but we do need to talk about the options. Yeah. Yeah.
And looking forward to looking at a potential early review in order to see where we are once the issue of water neutrality and the backlog begins to clear itself. That's what we're suggesting. We're not suggesting an underhand, as it were, re-provision or additional provision which has not been tested. And the SA process is an ongoing one. It doesn't stop at the point of submission. And it may well be necessary to revisit the SA for one reason or another. I'm not going to go into that at this moment in time. But I'll pause on that for the moment.
Yeah. Right. I said that my agenda would jump about a bit and we would inevitably cover some things in it that are further on, but we have sort of covered a lot of the points there in it. I think I understand what policies SP3 are seeking and SP2 are seeking to do in terms of windfalls, which is what I set out to want to do when I embarked on this discussion that's been fairly all-encompassing on the agenda. So, and I think I understand the opposing positions on ways in which that those policies could be modified, or not. Okay. So I want to just check through now and make sure that people have had the opportunity to comment on any points in my matters, issues and questions that have not fallen out of that discussion that I feel the need to touch on. So there are some of my questions, particularly defensible boundaries. They go to the heart of the detail of those policies. I don't feel I need to fully explore them now. If there's a need, if I decide that policies need to be more flexible, or if that's completely at odds with what the plan's seeking to achieve, that would dictate how far we would need to go into any detail of any of that. So yeah, I think some of the reps are quite explicit in terms of the modifications that people are looking for, have regard to them or not. But then obviously there's other representations that are fairly strong in terms of how you should not even think about going there in principle. So have regard to that as well. I can't make findings on those points right now. I think the discussion pretty much takes us right down to question 5 of my matters, issues and questions. I think we've covered pretty much everything. If anybody wants to take me back, I think we have covered broadly question 5, but I just want to briefly come back to it. But if anyone wants to take me back just to cover something, Mr. Sallows.
Just a brief point in support of what Ms. House was saying, that the overarching point of the MPPF is that these plans are plan-led. Yeah. And so I think the modification of SP3 as a representative from a rural parish with a small village, yeah, that completely goes against the policies of being plan-led. And I think there is still scope within what's been said for windfall size. I think what's potentially missing is what Mr. Storms pointed out, that the need for a plan for a specific new development that isn't part of an existing settlement. That seems to be missing from the things. Not any liberalisation of the plans as they stand, because I think they are good plan-led policies, but there's a policy that's missing.
Thank you. Are there any other points that anyone wants to raise? Mr. Williams?
Just 2 brief points from me, sir. Just picking up on the gentleman's last point. We've got to be careful about not aligning 2 concepts, plan-led and allocated. Development can be plan-led even if it's not allocated. You can have criteria-based policy and development which is consistent with that policy. That is plan-led even if it's not allocated. So that's the first point. The second point is to underscore a point I made earlier, which is it's not my client's position that liberalisation of SP3 would alone render this plan sound. It would have to be in conjunction with an increased housing requirement and allocations consistent with the spatial strategy. Those 2 matters taken together may render the plan sound, not in isolation.
Thank you. Any other points? Okay, right. So question 5 on my matters, issues and questions. Come to this in the start. I'm just going to ask it to the council. If we were to embark on modifications, what's your response to that? So sorry. So I asked at the start with reference to that table, should the policies be more specific in terms of the amount of development in each settlement that the strategy is planning for. In other words, a version of that table brought into the plan.
Something we can consider. I think there probably becomes a limit as to, you probably couldn't necessarily say there will be X number of windfalls in X village, because the very nature of those is we don't know. That's
Well,
plan-led, but
if everything goes as the council want it, you would have a housing requirement, wouldn't you, that would then sort of would be able to clearly be set out as per.
yeah. I mean, from my perspective, obviously at the
And
moment,
employment, obviously.
as we've got, land, we've got other policies within the plan. So policy 37, for example, which talks about what our housing requirements
so
are.
somewhere in
So
there,
effectively, it's not new.
Yeah.
It's just pulling it elsewhere and making that more clear and effective.
Clear
so in that
figures.
sense, I don't
So
see there's an issue.
clear figures on the distribution of the development that I'm getting at that isn't really in the plan.
So yes.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Again, it's a question of how far we go. So, I think we've talked at length about neighbourhood plans. The council accept that the role of them could be more clearly articulated. This might be a place. I think you've suggested some mods in and around this area anyway. But, I don't propose to go back over that now. I think the reasons for that have already fallen out of the discussion, if anyone wants to. Yeah.
Yes, sir. I'd just like to add to that. I know there's been discussions on labour plans and strategic policy and 2 and 3. I think working with the communities, they've always important to the planning system and the labour plans, and they value the labour plans. And it's more about housing sites for them. It's about placemaking, for example, which they're very strong on. I think the strategic policy 2 and 3 is also it's there to help them guide development, and they've got a history of contributing positively to the housing supply. I mean, I referred to obviously yesterday's matter 1 and table 1, where obviously it lists out the amount of development that have been brought forward through neighbour plans. I think they're quite keen to see guide development in the most sustainable locations, and they've got a history of development which guides that to the most sustainable locations, and they have followed the policies 2 and 3 in the strategic plan. So what about that?
Yeah, thank you. Right. Okay. Okay. That's probably took that as far as I feel I'm able to do so at the moment. Are there any further comments under matter 2, issue 3 that people have been desperate to raise but have not felt they've had the opportunity to do so?
Just one very brief point on neighbourhood plans. I think that Russborough was in the position last time whereby when we made our neighbourhood plan, we had strategic allocations from the last framework that meant that the housing stock in Russell Parish was going to more than double in the plan period. And so we didn't allocate any more sites. The inspector felt that that was reasonable at the time, and it was passed. I'm wary that the suggestion that you allocate additional sites to neighbourhood plans on a scattergun approach will impact even more on us, because the new strategic site in West Whitefield is wholly within Russborough Parish. And so to expect Russborough Parish to absorb that and additional housing allocated as part of a neighbourhood plan broad brush approach is going to be fairly disastrous for Russborough Parish. So be mindful of how the allocation to neighbourhood plans is done, not just in the basis of the neighbourhood plan putting forward sites, but also the strategic sites that are already being placed within those neighbourhood plan areas.
Ms. Piper, please.
Thank you, sir. I'm not sure if I've missed something, but I take the gentleman's point really, and I guess this is why we suggested that criteria 1 is at least modified to take out the allocations in local plans and neighbourhood plans. Because as everybody's generally agreed, we're in a plan-led system. We need a HRA by the council, preferably for its full OAN, preferably with a whole range of sites that come through review of allocations, looking at allocations. So I'm not quite sure where the neighbourhood plan going forward would fit in, because there aren't any direct, unless I've missed it, direct allocations to specific neighbourhood plans. There are the strategic policies, or there's this policy which I'm hoping will cover developable sites, whether windfall or other. So, yeah, I just wonder, it's just a bit confusing. Yeah.
I think just a very quick one to add to that, sir. The council's own statement on this matter does say that they can't make neighbourhood plans, or they can't require parishes to bring forward new neighbourhood plans or update their current ones as well. So I agree with Ms Piper. I don't really understand how they've got a role to play on the council's own evidence.
Can I answer that? The Russell Parish Council has a made neighbourhood plan currently. As soon as the new local plan is adopted, whatever it says, we will have to review our neighbourhood plan to fit in with the new guidance of the new local plan. So I think that there is an inevitable cascading effect, that the neighbourhood plans will have to be reviewed on a 5-year basis at least, in line with the new local plan. And that's within the current requirements of neighbourhood planning. So I think that is covered. So when whatever happens here, and as a result of the new local plan, the neighbourhood plan will have to be reviewed anyway.
I've asked the council to think about that relationship a couple of times today. I don't know how far I can push it other than to say to hear the points that have just been raised in considering it. Okay. Is there any other points that people have been desperate to raise that feel they haven't had the opportunity to do so? No? Right. Okay, so I think it's a good point to take a break. So after the break, we'll come back and look at matter 2, issue 4, which is whether the strategy and overarching policies for growth and change in Horsham Town and Broadbridge Heath are justified, effective and consistent with national policy and positively prepared. So we'll come back at 20 to 4. Okay, thank you.
Sir, before we begin, we've had a few complaints about people at the back of the room not being able to hear us. Not that there is anyone at the back of the room anymore, but it's just a reminder of everyone that is still here that we do speak into our microphones and try and project our voices. It's probably easier because there are fewer people here, but I just thought I would feed that back.
Yeah, no, that's great. As I said, if anyone thinks someone's too quiet, just shout out. It's really important that it's picked up. If that's me, there's no disrespect in that to anyone. I think we've been doing well really with it. So, but noted. If everyone can take note. So, right. So, I'm not envisaging that this will take that long. Actually, pleased to hear. So, continue the hearing session for matter 2, and we're down to matter 2, issue 4, which is whether the strategy and overarching policies for growth and change in Horsham Town and Broadbridge Heath are justified, effective and consistent with national policy and positively prepared. So we're specifically looking at strategic policies 4 and 5 of the plan. Now, everyone always gets jaded in this slot a little bit. That's fine. It's been a long week. I'm human as well, so I'll note it in your responses. It's the tough old slot of the day, this one. So strategic policy for Horsham Town then. Do you want the council to just very briefly explain what it aims to achieve? And I asked whether it's clearly related to the economic development policies of the plan. Do you want to just make a start? Introduce yourself if it's the first time that you've spoken today, please.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
My name is Julia Hayes. I'm a senior planning policy officer. So very broadly, without repeating too much what we have already told you in our hearing statement, the policy follows the spatial vision and development strategy that we've already discussed when talking through strategic policies 2 and 3. So it focuses growth on in Horsham Town in line with that development hierarchy that we've discussed. And it's based on a sort of established approach in the HDPF, so in the adopted local plan. The policy itself is a continuation of an established policy in the adopted plan as well. In terms of how it sits with the other economic development policies, firstly, it's probably important to highlight that the sort of role of Horsham Town is specifically highlighted in the vision of the plan. So paragraph 3.16 discusses the objective of the plan to sort of establish or to enhance Horsham Town's status as a hub for the district by directing employment and residential and other development to the town. It follows the town centre first approach, so it sort of ties in with strategic policies 35 and 36 in terms of the way it seeks to support the popularity and the economic health of the town, directing uses there. Strategic policies 29 and 30, which are other key economic development policies, they direct a significant amount of office development and employment space to Horsham Town, either through specific office provision or through the allocation of key employment areas, 5 of which in that list sit within Horsham Town itself. And then just in the sort of wider context that those economic policies sit within, the North and West Sussex Economic Growth Assessment, which is ECO2 in the examination library, establishes that the majority of the jobs in the district are located in the town. So the policy reflects that context, as well as the need to support the ongoing improvements and enhancements in order to maintain the success of the town.
Okay, thank you. Um, does this policy need to refer to a particular boundary on the policies map in the council's view? Has it got a particular geographical application?
So I don't know whether the wording in the policy itself states it, but it does apply to the built-up area boundary of Horsham town. Sort of geographically, anything outside of that, a decision maker would refer to strategic policy 3.
Yeah.
There is then this sort of town-specific main town centre boundary within. So proposals within that specific boundary would look at policies 35 and 36.
Yeah.
But in terms of more generally this policy, it would look at the built-up area boundary.
Right, so it only applies to things within the built-up area boundary, is that right?
That's right, yeah.
Again, we don't want to get into the detail of the wording of policies, but you might want to look at the wording there and just to make sure that that's explicitly clear.
Okay.
You know, as long as, you know, in the plan you've got policies that say the built-up area boundary as identified by X, and then if this cross-references the built-up area boundary, that's fine. It just needs to make clear that these criteria specifically relate to this geographical location, and that's to be said for all policies really as you go through. So they've got to be explicit in terms of which criterion relate to this area of land. This is it's a theme through my questions, and that's what I'm getting at. We always get faced with that in examinations and just make it explicitly clear that they relate to these boundaries. So I just think that could be tightened up a little bit.
Yep, okay, yeah, we can take that away.
And then, okay, so I talked this morning as well, didn't I, about, it's not this morning, it's this afternoon, about flexibility, and we had a debate about the wording of the settlement policies, and one of the points of that discussion was whether this policy sets out criteria that, if you like, are almost like things that are covered by other overarching policies of the plan. I don't want to go through them in detail, but the risk is sometimes in a policy, if there's a difference in wording between one policy or another, say a policy that's seeking to achieve sustainable development, sustainable transport, which there is one, and then this policy talks about that. If there's a conflict in wording, should you get a dispute appeal, a Section 78 inquiry, which I'm sometimes faced with, you can be debating at length the nuances between the policies. So some of those criteria, as I read it, sort of duplicate to some extent that are in other policies. I don't want to go into them all now. I don't think that's where we're at with this examination at the moment. But I flagged that up. You might want to think about looking at where some of those criteria are duplicated by other policies.
So that's noted.
Yeah. And then other than that, it's just pretty clear what, it's a fairly positive set of criteria to be applied to Horsham Town. I've not got any more comments on that particular policy. Moving on then to let's raise it now, because it's probably might be relevant to this policy or not, or at least the justification text. So the council's retail evidence, it's of some age, isn't it now? It's not always a problem. I would probably, it's a case of sort of what's changed, isn't it? Has there been significant change or not? But I I don't know that at the moment, and on the face of it, what is it, 2017? Yeah. So on the face of it, it's of some age now. The next policy particularly might rely on it more. I don't know what this does, but we've obviously got policies deeper into the plan on retail that study is going to sort of underpin. Do you want to, I'm rambling now. Do you want to come in and talk to me about it?
Yeah, I think the sort of consensus is that there isn't a lot of change in the sort of the performance of Horsham Town, so its performance in the context of the district, but also it continues to perform well as a town and as a sort of community hub. A lot of the kind of reflections and the outcomes of that 2017 report remain the same in terms of the sort of type of offer that's in the centre, the sort of churn and the vacancy rates. Much of that remains the same.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to need a note on it just to you know, I can't form a view on it, but you're going to need to sort of just tell me why that evidence remains robust for me to consider it, and it'll probably crop up a bit deeper into the examination as well when we start looking at some of the bigger sites as well. So
yeah, that's noted. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Sallows, sorry.
Just in a general point on this, I think the Russell Parish Council.
Yeah, well done, thank you.
As a general point, the Russell Parish Council felt that there was a missed opportunity here in terms of, we've talked in the previous session about the built-up area, concentrating development within built-up areas, and as the two of the key built-up areas within the district, trying to increase density in those areas, trying to raise the height of buildings in those areas in line with recent national planning changes. All of those things would have been a way to help relieve the housing number issue by focusing more on those areas. And also the issue about social housing, that there seems to be a missed opportunity here in relation to trying to increase the amount of social housing in the areas that have access to all of the amenities within Horsham, rather than, as just happened, I think you call it a windfall site, has just been allocated in Russell, 74 houses, a large percentage of which will be social housing, which is good in general terms, but to place social housing in a remote village with no bus service makes no sense at all for the sort of people that will be looking to move into that type of housing. So that seems to be a missed opportunity in policy areas for where those things are concentrated and how the development can be focused into the current built areas.
Yeah. I think before I get you to respond to that, if you don't mind, I could just say a few things that I'm thinking as I hear Councillor Sallows there. So as we get into January, we'll be looking at the affordable housing policy in some detail. So I think we're looking at how that does seek to meet the affordable housing need. I think all you can probably do really is note the point that's been made and bear that in mind as to whether you need to, there's opportunities to revisit that here. We've got to look at the whole affordable housing policy in the mix. And then also, I think optimising densities. I feel like there's no green belt here. We're not doing that. But I think when we get into the discussion on supply, and it'll follow on from what we talked about this afternoon, I think inevitably I'm going to be looking for to the council to tell me sort of what ways it's explored to really sort of maximise its, if you like, its brownfield potential and its these sites in the urban areas. What is there anything that the council can tell us that is going to, if you like, I don't know, we're going to have to examine that windfall allowance in short, aren't we? And one of the ways that you can get more windfalls with the way you've explained it is to get more on sites in urban areas. So whether it's this policy is different matter. So but I think that's probably as far as you can probably take Councillor Sallow's point, if that's appropriate to you. Shouldn't really answer your questions, but I think if you've got anything to add, is that fair?
Yeah, I think all we'd add is you've obviously touched on the risk of duplication, so
Yeah, exactly.
seek to address that.
Exactly, yeah, we won't need to deal with it everywhere, and that's a point that I've made previously as well. So, okay, so yeah, does anybody want to say anything about strategic policy for Horsham Town other than what I've just said? Yes, please, Councillor Pavey. Is that right? Yep. Sorry.
Thank you, sir. Warnham Parish Council, we have a similar position to Rusper Parish Council, but one thing that we would ask is that linkage in the thinking here is not examined. Talking about cycling and walking and bus and rail, when you're talking about rural locations and the growth of rural locations and as my colleague says, affordable housing or social housing, there's never any linkage to how those rural parishes relate to Horsham, even though we're on their doorstep and we are being seen to be growing to accommodate extra housing. We'd like to see more linkage of how do you cycle from a rural location into Horsham Town. At the moment we face cars and more issues with cars just simply to access schools, the shop, and more elderly that have no bus service. So linkage would be asked for. Thank you.
Yeah. Again, I think note the point you, as I've said. We're going to need to look at the policies in the round. There's policies in the plan about transport and design. It's just a question of whether, as we get to those, there's enough in the plan to capture what the plan needs to achieve in that regard. I can't sit here now and say all that needs to go in this policy at the moment. We're not there yet. But I think note the point, if you will. Anything else on this policy from anyone in the room? Is everyone really just ready to go home now? Is that what I'm sensing? Just right, okay. They didn't they? It's yeah. It's funny you're all sat there as well. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to move on and look at strategic policy 5, which is the Broadbridge Heath quadrant. Okay, so yeah, similar question. Do you want to just outline what this policy sort of aims to achieve in the council's mind? And we'll go through it in a similar way. I've picked out on the retail impact assessment and picked out the retail study. It'd be useful if you could just tell me what the evidence is for this different retail impact assessment threshold as well.
Yeah. So obviously, as you're aware, the sort of national requirement is 2,500 square metres. Essentially, this is based on the fact that we know in Horsham Town we have smaller unit sizes than perhaps in other retail centres, town centres.
Is it the retail study that's telling you that?
So this is sort of qualitative feedback that we've had from our economic development officers, the
Right.
knowledge that they have about Horsham Town specifically, and therefore concerns about the effectiveness of any of a sort of higher threshold, essentially a 2,500 square metre threshold would not really pick up many of the units in the town centre, particularly then with the sort of draw of out of centre free parking, the impact that that might have on Horsham Town Centre. In order to pick up what that impact would be, they felt the threshold should be lowered. So we obviously have in that the retail and leisure study, it does set a lower threshold for out of centre development of 500. So this is a sort of a midway point really between what the policy seeks to do in terms of encouraging redevelopment on the site, while also protecting the primacy of Horsham Town. So it's sort of a middle ground between the two.
Yeah. Is the evidence that you rely on then the retail study, or is it something else?
The evidence for that, the evidence for dropping below the 2,500 is within the retail study.
Right.
But the evidence for the 1,000 is qualitative and it's based on feedback from our economic development officers.
Right.
On the sort of the smaller unit sizes within Horsham Town.
Yeah. I'm going to need a bit more information than that. Yeah, to justify the difference. It needs to be an evidence base, and it needs to be obviously, it needs to be before the examination. It can't just be sort of what people have said. Although I don't sort of dispute that can be valid evidence, but it's got to be articulated in a way to allow me to if you like to apply that test of consistency with national policy.
Yeah, that's
so
understood.
at the minute I've not got that evidence. It's potentially another piece of work that the council might need to do. I've not seen the note on the retail study that's going to tell me that nothing's changed yet. That as you've said, I might disagree, and others might as well. So I just lay a marker that there's potentially another piece of work there that the council might have to do.
So would you like us to take away an action point on the basis of that?
Yeah, so I think the starting point is to, if you like, you've said to me, and I hate to sort of throw it back to you like that, but you've sort of said that the retail study is sufficient really to underpin these policies, and then because generally in the council's eyes things haven't changed significantly, and you were going to set that out in a note. So I can take that, but I obviously need to see a bit more other than what council officers have said. So, and then obviously that's gonna help me form a view as to whether really you might need to do a bit more of a comprehensive update of the retail evidence. It's a similar question to that I raised with regards to sport on day one. Yeah, and it all goes back to really where I started with this examination, and I said at the very start in my opening that I need to understand the scope of work that is before me if I was to, if you like, embark on a process that might well be, if you like, let's use the word fix. If I were to go on to embarking on a process that involves sort of fixing issues of soundness and legal compliance with the plan, which I'm only those which I'm empowered to do so, because that wouldn't include the duty to cooperate. So again, it's just another piece of work that I need to understand more about in light of the planning minister's letter.
So, so that's all noted and understood, and we'll take that away and come back on with something.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. What about Crawley and its impact on Crawley? Is that part of the evidence? Is the Crawley local plan evidence relevant here on retail?
It is relevant in that it does the same thing, albeit more recently than the retail and leisure study does, and it looks at the sort of area of influence. However, Crawley being a higher order town centre, the council's position is that a retail impact assessment on Horsham district, which is acceptable, would therefore, the sort of assumption would be that there'd be less impact on a higher order town, such as Crawley.
Yeah. So again, you probably in that note, you might want to reference the Crawley retail evidence as well.
Okay, thank you.
Similar question to what I raised before, the geographical application of this policy. It refers to an opportunity area. So is the opportunity area on the policies map? Is this a designated boundary, the opportunity area?
It is, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So again, just sometimes helpful to just say as identified on the policies map, and then when you go to your policies map, as you've done, you can see this line and then its colour, and you've got SP5 next to it, or SP. You've done that anyway. I don't need to tell you that, but it's just better to be explicit where you can, because then everybody knows that all of these points apply to within this boundary and not outside it, if that's right.
Yeah, that's also noted. We can take that away.
Yeah. Point C on my questioning, is it necessary to reference or strengthen the reference to specific development constraints, such as those related to landscape, transport or environment? Now I picked that out because I think we've touched upon it already, but the reason for that was really having read the reps and what people were saying. So just, I think you'd probably take us back to a loop where we started, but I think it comes back to sort of how those other policies in the plan work with this one, making sure that there's not inconsistencies and enough strength is in here to that's specific to this. It's got to be specific to this without conflicting with policies that are applied anywhere to the borough. So, Councillor Sellows, do you want to come in?
Just very briefly on that, I think it'll be covered much more in discussions about HA2, but I think that the transport links into Horsham need careful review in relation to what Councillor Pavey said with the rural communities, but especially in relation to HA2, which is seen as a development for Horsham, from what was said earlier, and it being west of Ifield, getting from there to Horsham at the moment means going down rural roads that aren't even B designations through Rusper Village. So it's something that's a concern.
Yeah. So I mean, some of the things in there, if you just look at them, are very. So if you look at the accessibility, I'm not going to say let's go and start picking at that now and sort of, but I'd say that they're very general points, not very much specific about this location. That's really important about it. You know, and their generality means that ultimately they duplicate to some extent other policies in the plan. And if there's nothing needed specific for this location, then you can rely on the more generic policies. But what you don't want is two versions of the same generic wording.
Yeah, I think we've tried to reflect that in the policy in the sense that using the accessibility criteria as an example, we have talked about sort of specific accessibility into Broadbridge Heath, into Horsham Town, but have also tried to reflect the fact that it is a relatively large sort of area with a lot of sort of potential linkages to the north, to the south, and depending on which location, which part of that area was sort of coming forward as a proposal, and what the nature of that proposal was, because equally the sort of range of uses that would be acceptable are sort of relatively large, that would also then dictate what that specific requirement might look like, taking into account the other policies, the sort of sustainable transport policies, the environmental policies that I won't list them, but the ones that we've pulled out in our hearing statement, which would also apply.
Yeah. All right. So you're gonna do me a note on the evidence base for them, and I've asked you to consider sort of modifications where there's duplication of other policies, and the points that have been made in the reps, whether there's anything specific if you like, that really needs to be referenced and strongly enforced in this particular policy, specific to this location but not generic to the district. I think that's probably as far as I can go with it at the moment.
Okay, thank you. We've made a note of the actions.
Yeah. Is there anything else anybody wanted to mention under matter 2, issue 4? No? Okay, right. With that, sorry.
My apologies. So if I may, just under this this policy, and forgive me if I'm veering off wrong here, but the policy 5, and if we go down to point 9 and point 10, just from Warnham's perspective, we already suffer the dreaded white van syndrome, and that is due to increase through online orders, etc. And I just note in point 10 about the car and delivery vehicles to maximise economic potential and efficiency of the site. May I ask again for some sort of linkage there, whereby we're not blighted with more white vans purely to benefit this economic area of Broadbridge Heath, because our parish is exactly neighbouring Broadbridge Heath. It is already an issue for our parish. This delivery vehicle to maximise economic potential. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I think servicing is perhaps something that, is something that the council could consider with a site particular like this. But I hold that point again, because it depends in the round as to how effective other policies are that sort of manage that in relation to any development, because they all need to be serviced, and they all need to be, any application that comes forward is going to need to be, if it's an appropriate scale, would trigger the need for a transport assessment or transport statement. So all of which would deal with all that. So again, it's sort of how much needs to be in this, how much is specific to this location, versus how much is sort of picked up in the round through all other policies in the plan. Okay, but I think, to consider servicing and how that's dealt with is probably a reasonable point for effectiveness. Right. Anything else under? No? No. Okay. Everyone's desperate to get away, aren't they? So, right. So at that point, I'm at the end of my questions for matter 2. Somebody been noting the action points today. They weren't a huge amount of substantive ones, a lot of things, but are you able to just quickly run through what you've got, just to, not to put you on the spot, and if you get anything wrong, there's no harm in that. It's a nightmare of a job in any examination.
So, starting this morning, brief note on the implications of the evidence base extending the plan period.
Yeah.
Make sure policies don't duplicate each other, look where criteria are duplicated, and look at the reps on that one.
Yeah.
Add a note on how the retail evidence base remains robust, including detail on Broadbridge Heath, and as I'd identified on the policies maps to policy 5.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Right. At that point then, I'll close the hearing session for matter 2. Tomorrow we'll be back at 9:30 and we'll deal with matter 3, which is climate change and water. And then, sorry. Look at the programme just to get it right. I know what it is, but I just want to make sure for the record. Told you we'd start to struggle at this time. I've left my participants list. So sorry, there we are. So morning session, matter 3, 9:30 till 1. We're going to deal with climate change and water. We've got the matter 3, issue 1 in the morning, which is the climate change and energy use type policies. And then the afternoon, we're going to continue to carry on with matter 3, but we're going to be focusing on water neutrality and flooding. Okay, so that's the plan for tomorrow. Okay, so remains to say, if there's any questions, is there any questions of me at the moment? No. So it remains to say thank you again for the way in which you've participated today. It's been really helpful for those that have left the room. No doubt some of you watching it again, it has been really helpful as well for your contributions. So yeah, thank you, and I look forward to seeing those that are returning tomorrow to deal with matter 3. Thank you. So the hearing for matter 2 is now closed.